Okay, good morning everybody. Very welcome to new speakers of this first session starting at 8:45. I am very proud to present three speakers today, like Daniel Bodansky, Jorge Viñuales, and Savaresi. My thoughts have been very deep in the last week about this session. I believe that this session that is devoted to the legal implications of climate change is, in my personal interest, a pivotal session. Theme is a pivotal theme. I studies. And I mean, you have certainly realized that our conference these days bears a rather unusual title, Climate and Change. Of course, instead of, let's say, very more ordinary climate change. This has to do with our avant-propos, so to speak. In the last year or so, many colleagues in our institute, our Deep Policy Institute, decided to start a research group converging on environment and environmental problems from different perspectives, of course, and different disciplinary areas, and start speaking to each other, and make climate and change a common target to be approached comprehensively, going through political, legal, and ethical aspects. In thinking of this event, our intent has been to focus upon the change and what it means. Change, including the transformations affecting our legal categories, our conceptual approaches. That is, the changes that climate change generates beyond, say, more natural phenomena, and furthermore, those that it should better generate. So climate change has challenged in depth our views, I believe, and visions, involving not just a scientific assessment of our fate, of our ecological fate, but also the function of law, something about which I'm very interested, the societal model, the economic strategies, and the cultural approach to the life of our polities. So accordingly, we ask whether climate change is to be met by novel concepts and techniques. That was the idea behind this session, and I believe also behind the conference as a whole. This session, as I said, now gathers Professor Daniel Bodansky, who is here with me, professor at the Arizona State University. Professor Jorge Viñuales, professor at the University of Cambridge. Annalisa Savaresi, professor of international environmental law at the Center of Climate Change, that's a bit long, energy and environmental law at the University of Eastern Finland. And I believe none of them to this audience needs to be introduced further. Their contribution to environmental law in general are well known. Now, their presentations today embrace three different aspects. Daniel will address the problem of how to seriously respond to global climate change, and especially what can be the role of climate engineering. his suggestions concerns the role that solar climate engineering can play. Jorge Viñuales, that we welcome today to this conference, is going to stress how environmental law has been developed as an additional layer in order to curbing negative externalities without substantially affecting the ordinary course of things and the ordinary approach to law. So as he says, it has been a problem of design, so something that should better be, or could be better changed. Environmental law might evolve to hold a substantially different status and role, and this is what we hope. I might also say toward becoming pivotal in the organization of law, and this is a quality change, of course. Professor Annalisa Savaresi, again, very welcome to this conference today, will focus on a serious issue concerning how legal remedies can end up actually affecting state and corporate behavior. Her analysis will accordingly ask whether climate litigation can actually, as she writes, bridge the accountability and enforcement gaps in climate law. So really, I look forward to the start of this session, and in the order that is fixed in our program, I am happy to give the floor to Professor Daniel Bodansky. Please.
Thanks very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Like Karen yesterday, this is my first academic conference workshop since COVID started. So it's great to be able to be in person and to see all of you and get to know you. So my topic is the role of, or the potential role of, climate interventions in addressing climate change. And I'm using the term climate interventions, but other terms used to describe what I'm going to be talking about are climate engineering, geoengineering generally. So I'm going to start by talking a little bit about the problem, a little bit of background, then describe climate interventions and the two different types for those of you who might not be familiar with them. Look a little bit at the arguments for and against climate intervention research, and then talk at the end about some of the legal aspects of the issue. So the Earth has already warmed more than 1 degree, as we heard yesterday from Roberto. And the 6th assessment report of the IPCC, which just came out last month, noted that CO2 concentrations at their highest level in 2 million years, sea level rises at its fastest rates, Arctic sea ice is the lowest level, glaciers are retreating at unprecedented rates. And the key question is, are we likely to avert dangerous climate change through the existing approaches, for example, of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change national measures? And I think this, unfortunately, to me seems at least highly questionable, if not unlikely, and that's then the motivation for looking at climate change. So why do I say it seems unlikely? First of all, as Karen noted yesterday, it's not just that the climate may become unsafe in the future. The climate system is already dangerous. We're already facing serious problems. The 6th assessment report talks about some of the consequences of climate change: extreme heat, heavy rainfall, drought, fire weather, fires, ocean acidification. And these are already happening. These are not things just off in the distant future. These are happening now. So this is just showing the increase in extreme weather events over the last 4 decades. There are more extreme heat events, and we saw dramatic examples of those this last summer all through the world. I'm from the northwest of the US, in British Columbia. A town in British Columbia burned. British Columbia normally is considered a relatively cool place, but not last summer. But the same was true throughout the world. We're also seeing more and bigger torrential downpours and the floods in Europe this summer are a dramatic illustration of this, but the chart at the bottom left shows the increase in extreme downpours and floods in various cities throughout the U.S. We're also experiencing worsening drought. I live currently in Phoenix in the American Southwest, and in the Southwest, California, Arizona, there's now a drought for decades long, and these are increasing. And the world is grappling with massive fires, and it's not just in the particular regions, it's throughout the world. Dramatic examples in my country, the US, in California and Oregon, but also in British Columbia, Turkey, Greece. This map shows how worldwide this phenomenon is. By the way, I'd be happy to share these slides. I'm going to be going through them relatively quickly, so if anyone's interested in afterwards, I'd be. And finally, we're already facing ocean acidification, coral bleaching. The Great Barrier Reef already experiences tremendous amounts of coral bleaching, and many people fear it may never fully recover, no matter what we do. So that's the first reason, I think, for concern, is that climate change is already dangerous. It's already having dangerous impacts. A second cause for concern is the potential for tipping points, and Roberto mentioned this yesterday in his talk about the IPCC. The IPCC in the most recent report recognized the possibility that you can't rule out discontinuities in the climate system. Most existing climate policy assumes linear change, sort of some kind of smooth change, whereas where as gas concentrations increase, and there's some smooth response in terms of increasing temperatures and then impacts. But there's the possibility of nonlinear effects, tipping points, where the system goes through a system change. And some of these are loss of Greenland ice sheets, loss of the West Antarctic ice sheet, changes in ocean circulation patterns, so forth. The IPCC in its 1.5 degree report said that even at 1 degree centigrade, which is where we are already of warming, we could be crossing tipping points. And let me just highlight two in particular. The effects of Arctic warming and the effects of climate change on the Antarctic. So Arctic warming is much more, global warming is much more intense at the Arctic than it is globally. The Arctic is warming 3 times faster than the global average. So if the global average temperature is 1 degree centigrade, the Arctic temperature is by 3 degrees centigrade. And that has a number of effects, many of which have feedbacks that then exacerbate the climate change problem. One is the shrinking of Arctic sea ice. Arctic sea ice is white. It reflects sunlight away from the Earth. As it melts and is replaced by blue water, that water absorbs heat more and amplifies the greenhouse effect. Another effect is thawing of permafrost, and this is showing huge holes created through explosions of permafrost as it melts and the surface. As permafrost, when it melts, emits huge amounts of methane, and methane is an gas, much more potent CO2. So as permafrost thaws and releases methane, that methane then is the greenhouse ice sheet is also melting. The rate of ice loss has increased 7-fold from 1990s to the last decade. And many people think, or there's increasing evidence, that Greenland ice sheets may disappear in a discontinuous way. They may simply have parts of them slide into the sea as they begin to melt, and the rate of change would then dramatically accelerate. If the Greenland ice sheet fully melted, which is likely anytime really soon, it would lead, though, to 7.2 meters of rise, which would submerge most coastal cities around. And then that's the Arctic. Let me just turn to the Antarctic, where I think the dangers are potentially greater but more remote. The West Antarctic ice sheet, there's concern about its eventually stable falling into the sea. This is the Thwaites Glacier and some of the halving of ice off the glacier just recently. So if that glacier is destabilized, then it's holding back a huge amount of ice in the West Antarctic ice sheet, which would also. So for all these reasons, we're facing the need to take into account the potential for these tipping points which would lead to discontinuities in the climate system and lead to much more rapid climate change. And then the final point here is that I think emission reductions are unlikely to be to deal with these. This is showing the reductions in emissions that would be necessary to keep temperature increased 1.5 degrees with the Paris Agreement. You can see it requires dramatic reductions in emissions extremely quickly, going down to zero emission in order to reach to stay within the 1.5 degree. But in fact, if you look at what emissions have been doing, we haven't even begun to bend the emission curves yet. Emissions have been steadily going up over the last half century. In fact, any noticeable change in that slope over the climate change regime. A lot of this is due to increasing GDP consumption, and this is showing increases in global consumption of meat on the bottom left, primary energy consumption, airline passenger capacity, traffic. In all these ways, individual behavior is people like to consume, and consumption as countries develop and get richer, they consume more, and that then leads to higher greenhouse gas emissions. We've now had 25 years of international governance of climate change without a whole lot to show for it. I've spent most of those 25 years going to climate change meetings, and I regret that I can't report that it's had much effect on the emission trends. And this is just a cartoon showing people around the climate talks saying, since we can't agree to do anything, let's agree to do nothing. Some people now had gigantic conferences both in Copenhagen and Paris, and yet trend in emissions. And this is showing again that same emission on the left with the Framework Convention Protocol and Paris Agreement. See, there's not a big effect, if any, on the upward. On the right, increasing concentrations, atmospheric concentrations of gases, and again, a steady slope upward in terms of and this, by the way, even if we had a change quickly, there's a huge amount of inertia in the climate system, so the climate system respond even if it were to begin to. Will Paris change the situation? I certainly hope so. Paris represented, in my view, a huge achievement to get over 190 countries to agree on a global to climate change. After all of the preceding conferences, the fact that Paris was able to act, I think in and of itself was quite an achievement. Universal participation. Nevertheless, we need to recognize that Paris, it's very unclear whether Paris is going to have the kind of effect I hope it will have. There's a big gap between the current pledges countries have made under the Paris Agreement, what's needed to limit warming to less than 2 degrees centigrade, much less 1.5 degrees. Now, the theory of Paris is that their so-called ambition cycle, a 5-year cycle where there's full stock take of progress and then countries come back with new NDCs, that this ambition cycle will lead to stronger NDCs over time. But I think it's still unproven whether this will work. And I think there's already some backsliding by some of the big players on. So you can see here on the right the pledges that were made in Paris and the new pledges that have been made this year leading up to the Glasgow conference. That's in the upper right. And they narrow the gap between what's needed and what's to do a little bit, but there's still a huge gap remaining. Recently, the Glasgow conference is necessary to actually keep Celsius. Why has the climate change negotiations been so difficult? Well, if you've been to the COPs, this is showing Ivo de Boer, who was the during the UN Framework Convention is an incredibly convoluted process. This is showing all the different countries, each of which comes out with positions, has to caucus to come up with those positions. Dozens of other groups trying to figure out some agreed outcome. Very, very complicated process. So I wouldn't just hold your breath about what the results of this process are going to achieve. So let me turn now, that was the problem, that was to motivate why one might be interested in climate intervention, as I am. So climate interventions, for those of you who aren't familiar, involve a variety of techniques, a variety of different techniques, and showing some of those techniques. And the techniques generally can be grouped into two kinds, and some people don't even like the term climate. Two kinds of it are so different, it actually is misleading to group them up. So one of the two general types involves removing carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases from the atmosphere. And this is usually referred to as carbon dioxide removal, or CDR. It actually could also involve removal of other greenhouse gases such as methane, and the term that's used more commonly now is negative emission technologies. So these are technologies that have more out from the atmosphere, greenhouse gases than they. And then the other technique is solar radiation management. So this is deflecting some of the incoming sunlight from the Earth so that it doesn't reach the surface of the red radiation. So carbon dioxide removal can take many forms. Afforestation, reforestation is a form of carbon dioxide removal, negative emission technology, that term. But there are a lot of other ones, ranging from trying to enhance the uptake of carbon in minerals through enhanced minerals. It can involve trying to fertilize the ocean. There's more plant growth in the carbon dioxide. It can involve mechanical trees that directly capture carbon from the air. That's referred to as direct air capture. Now, I think most people now, including the IPCC, think negative emission technologies will be essential to achieving the 1.5 or 2 degree target, because the emission scenarios the IPCC considers all involve overshoot, going beyond 1.5 degrees and having to come back down to 1.5 degrees. So emissions have to reach zero, but then they have to go below zero. There has to be overall gross negative emissions or net negative emissions in order to reach the 2 or 1.5 degree target. So in terms of these techniques, I think there's now increased acceptance or recognition of the potential role that negative might play. And some countries now in their and as I said, that's because what's likely is overshoot. This is going beyond the 1.5 degree target and then have it through negative. Now, solar climate intervention is quite different. Solar climate intervention, I think for many, scarier. Carbon dioxide removal is simply carbon dioxide and other atmosphere. Solar radiation management involves temperature by trying to why might it be needed? Why negative emission technologies won't be enough? Well, it's because overshoot, we're already facing, in my view, dangerous climate change, or dangerous climate change. And also, I think assuming negative emission up sufficiently rapidly as would be necessary, it's very much an open. So solar climate intervention is like sunlight away from Earth. Two main techniques. One is stratospheric aerosol injections, injecting particles into the stratosphere which reflect sunlight. This is essentially what volcanoes erupt. Mount Pinatubo, when it erupted in 1991, put so much dust into the stratosphere that it cooled the Earth by an average half degree centigrade. So we have essentially proof of concept that if you put dust into the stratosphere, because that's what stratospheric aerosol injection basically do the thing, but purposefully, either by putting particles in the atmosphere from planes, other balloons, other techniques. The other main technique for solar climate intervention is what's called marine cloud brightening. As ships go across their particles they emit form cloud condensation clouds. right ship tracks as they cross the ocean. This has already occurred. The idea of marine cloud brightening would be much more massively. Thank you. Well, should I start over again or can I continue? I don't think I can keep within my 25 minutes if I start over, so hopefully you got at least a little bit of that. So there are a lot of different ways of evaluating climate engineering techniques, and this is looking at two different metrics, the effectiveness of the climate intervention technique and the safety, and this is a plot by the Royal Society report, which came out in 2009, trying to evaluate some of the pros and cons of these different techniques. So let me turn to the issue of research on these, because of course, I'm not proposing, and nobody should assume that I'm proposing that we should start going ahead and doing these things. We really know very little about solar climate interventions. I think we know more about carbon dioxide removal or negative emission technologies. Those pose much lower risks. But solar climate intervention, clearly we need to study first, understand whether it's effective and safe before going ahead. What's needed now is research, because we really don't understand solar climate interventions very well. The only real research that's been done thus far has been computer modeling, but there have been very few actual field experiments, open air experiments where they test the effects of some of these different techniques. So what information is needed? We need to understand better tipping points. What are the risks we're facing? What kind of indicators we might have that we might be crossing a tipping point? We need to understand the effectiveness of climate interventions. We need to understand their practicability from a technology standpoint. We need to understand their risks, both global risks and regional risks. And then we need to do a comparative evaluation, really, of intervening and not intervening, because it's not the case that not intervening is the safe option and interventions is the unsafe option. We're already facing an unsafe option. So we really need to be comparing one known unsafe option with another option which may or may not be safe, may or may not improve overall safety. So the key question really is undertaking climate intervention research risky, or is not undertaking research risky? And in my view, the risks of undertaking research are much, much lower than the risks of not undertaking research. And that's why we should be having an aggressive research initiative looking at climate interventions. So why do I think, what are the reasons why it's important to do climate interventions? Well, one is what I've already been talking about, climate safety. We lack means of preventing catastrophic climate change right now. A desperate country may intervene in an unsafe or ineffective manner and because they feel like they have no other choice. We need to understand the safety risks and effectiveness of solar climate intervention just from a climate safety point of view. I think also a lot of people argue against climate interventions from a climate justice point of view, but I think it actually argues the other way around, because the people who are going to be most impacted by climate change are people in poor countries, developing countries that have very little capacity to adapt. And so they're facing potentially catastrophic climate change with really maybe very few tools at their disposal to try to deal with that. If climate intervention actually proved to be effective and safe, then that would be a huge benefit. The people who would benefit most from that would be people who are in countries that are most vulnerable to climate change. I think information is also necessary for good governance. You can't decide what you should be doing if you don't have information. So the lack of information about solar climate interventions means that it's very difficult to make any kind of intelligent, informed decision about whether or not it makes sense to do at any particular time. And then finally, I think it also can help reduce tensions. People are worried about solar climate intervention increasing tension, potentially causing conflict between countries, but there's a huge potential for conflict from lack of information, from ignorance, from miscalculation. So providing better information about solar climate intervention, I think, is a way to potentially decrease the risk of conflict rather than increase it. So what are the objections to it? Well, I think the objections, not surprisingly, I guess I think they're much weaker. One objection is climate intervention is unnecessary. I think, as I've tried to show in my first part of my talk, that argument, I think, doesn't fly. Putting all your eggs in the emission reduction basket and saying that there'd be no possible scenario in which climate interventions may be helpful, I think is not right. I think the future emissions are likely to be causing additional warming, which will make the climate even more unsafe. So in my view, opposing climate intervention research is a little like sticking one's head in the sand. And this is done by both opponents of action on climate change, but also I think by opponents of solar climate intervention. Another objection is that climate intervention is intrinsically immoral. And so I think here the question is what features of solar climate intervention makes it intrinsically immoral, regardless of whether the consequences are good or bad. This is essentially saying even if the consequences of solar climate intervention on the whole help the Earth, it still would be immoral. So I guess I think if one could take this position from a religious standpoint, but I guess I think one should be looking, there's no feature of climate intervention intrinsically that makes it immoral. We need to be evaluating it based on its consequences. A third objection is the risks of research are too great. The physical harms, though, of most of the research that's been proposed are essentially non-existent. So the harms that people are concerned about are really the societal harms, the moral hazard that if we investigate this, there'll be less incentive to reduce emissions, that once you start doing research, there's going to be a slippery slope towards actually using the technologies. I think there's very little evidence that that's really the case. I think there's very little evidence that if we stop doing any research on climate interventions, countries would suddenly decide they're going to start reducing emissions quicker. Countries have been not reducing emissions pretty consistently for the last 30 years. And so I think saying that this poses a moral hazard and without solar climate intervention, there'd be a dramatic change. There's very little evidence, or if any, for that. Then there's an argument that the benefits of research are illusory, that we can't resolve safety issues without actually implementing climate intervention, but we can't do intervention because that would be dangerous until we've done the research. So there's a chicken and egg problem. But I think it's unclear in advance whether that's the case or not, how much we can understand from research that's clearly safe research. We should be doing that research at least first to get a better understanding before deciding then what to do. And then finally, there's an objection that we need multilateral governance first, that we can't make any decisions without multilateral governance. I think there are a number of responses to this. One is that some of the research only has local effects. So if it only has local effects, in my view, there's little rationale that international approval is needed. This requiring international approval for geoengineering or climate intervention research would really be the only area of research where this has been required. So there's a question as to why single out this particular research and say that this particular research, as opposed to all other research, requires some kind of international approval process. In my view, there's absolutely zero prospect of actually getting a multilateral governance system that could approve this. So saying that multilateral governance is needed is essentially the same as saying we should research. So I think that should be recognized because I think there's very little prospect to have an international approval process created that would work anytime soon. And finally, I don't think an approval process, even if one created it, would be effective because the countries most interested in climate intervention and who would be most motivated to do it are the least likely to be actually governable through an international approval process, who would actually respect the decisions of an international approval process. So the least responsible actors, the ones who you fear most about doing solar climate intervention, would be the ones who are least likely to be actually governed by an approval process, would respect an approval process. So finally, let me turn to governance of climate interventions. I just have a few quick points and happy to follow up on any of these in the Q&A. So first of all, existing international law provides relatively little guidance on solar climate interventions, either positive or negative. The only institution with relevant decision-making authority is the Security Council, because if solar climate intervention were seen as a threat to international peace and security, that would give the Security Council jurisdiction. I think, in fact, the Security Council is the most likely decision maker on solar climate intervention if it really came to deployment of these techniques. But it wouldn't be able to limit solar geoengineering by the permanent 5 states, of course, because of the existence of the veto. My third point is that international governance is not legally necessary for solar geoengineering deployment. I think this is commonly asserted, but I think it's usually without a huge amount of rationale for why international governance would be legally necessary. As I said, existing international law provides relatively little guidance in solar geoengineering, and I don't think it prohibits it from happening in its current state. And then finally, a future legal regime on solar climate geoengineering, what might it do? I think it could help promote cooperation and research, and that I think would be very important to try to build trust between countries about solar climate intervention. If there was a cooperative research program with sharing of information between countries so that all countries would have access to the information, be able to benefit from that information. I think a future legal regime could help provide general standards to evaluate solar climate intervention. I think international environmental law already provides some of those standards, requirements for environmental impact assessment, for example, for notification and consultation with potentially affected states. Those general norms, principles of international environmental law apply to solar climate intervention as they do to all actions by states. So I think research on solar climate intervention would or should and would need to have a process built into it for environmental impact assessment. And then if the assessment indicates that there might be a potential effect on other states, to notify and consult with those states. And that really ties into the last point I have here, established procedural requirements, and those would be the assessment, notification, and consultation requirements. I have a few slides elaborating these, but I think maybe I've used up my 25 minutes. So I will end there and be happy to follow these up with if you're interested. Thanks.
So thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Podansky. It is comprehensive. I mean, it is very dense and ambitious program. As far as I understand it, it's a rather innovative perspective after all. Which, by the way, as you say, maybe we have no clear legal guidance, but also, I mean, no legal impediments either. It's an opening of a path that is still uncertain, but maybe very promising. You know? So this is the time for our discussion. There is, we used to say, much food for thought. So let's start with the questions. Alberto Pirni, prego. You should come to the microphone here.
Professor Podansky, thanks indeed for your insightful presentation. I jump immediately to two questions. The first one is related to, well, perhaps the previous slide that you showed to us. International, if I'm not wrong, I wrote this statement: international governance is not legally necessary for solar geoengineer deployment. Would you please spend some words more in order to clarify this point, since it seems to me that it's not so easy to establish a common standard related to this kind of procedure. I don't have a specific let's say, education in this environment, but in this area of question. But I see that there are a lot of environmental problems related to this. So perhaps an international governance is also more than welcome. The second point is not so clear. Why, to me, I mean, at least, why? Which are the motivational obstacles to the introduction of such a kind of measure? Since, as far as I have understood, the pros, so the advantages are really or pretty really relevant, right? So, which are the motivational obstacles? Thanks indeed in advance.
We can gather another question some time. There is a question in the chat from Professor McKinnon. Professor Inan, please.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Fantastic. I'm sorry I missed the beginning of your talk. I was we have a time difference and I was getting my kids off to school. So thank you for the talk. I thought that was really really interesting and a really good kind of comprehensive overview of you know, in particular the sort of international legal system and how that might or might not speak to solid geoengineering. I guess I had loads of sort of specific questions, but I had a very broad general question about the way in which you throughout your presentation present solid geoengineering. And I was struck by the absence of a particular frame, which seems to me to be really fundamental to thinking about doing this, and is fundamental actually in a lot of the research itself, which is the thought that we're doing this, or the best justification we might have for doing this, and by this I mean research and potential deployment, is to benefit future people, right? So this intergenerational frame, so thinking about what we might owe to future people and how we can best deliver on that for future people. And I guess there are three really big risks in the research as it's currently being done, such as it is, that I wondered whether well, I'd like to hear what you think about these risks to future people. So one relates to the exit strategy, right? So I think we really need to think very hard about how, if we were to start deploying start a deployment, we would actually enable future people in terms of social, political, legal, economic structures. We would enable them to actually exit the deployment, because that's the long game, isn't it? It's not supposed to substitute for mitigation. At best, this is supposed to sort of shave the peak of temperature rise. So that's the first one, is exit strategy. The second question, I guess, that's you know, in the bucket of intergenerational concerns, relates to it's sort of similar and relates to how much thought has been given to how we might enable future people to maintain a deployment over multiple generations. I mean, the sort of timescales for this to be effective, if it is to buy us time for mitigation, you know, we're talking hundreds and hundreds of years, if not longer, for it to really shave the peak of temperature rise, which means we have to think about how future people are positioned with respect to maintaining any deployment as well as exiting it. And then I guess that the big one, which I've discussed a bit in some of my work, is termination shock. So this is the risk whereby if any deployment were to be abruptly interrupted, we would see a very fast skyrocketing of temperatures globally back to what they were prior, had the deployment never happened. And that could potentially be much worse than a sort of gradual route to those temperature rises that we would have seen under accelerating climate change, because of the speed of the temperature strike. And that could be truly catastrophic and could be caused by all sorts of exogenous events, you know, sort of natural disasters or wars or terrorist attacks. And that strikes me as a big problem to be addressed by the research right now. So I've said enough. I'll stop there. I've got more for later on if necessary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Maybe you wish to answer now.
Thanks for those questions, which are really interesting. So on the first question, so this is a slide I didn't get to, which is existing rules and principles. And it goes through a huge range of different treaties, and then also some customary norms, at least arguably customary norms. And so there are a lot of different treaties that currently have some relationship to solar climate intervention, but if you go through this list, none of them really addresses it very directly. They only address them tangentially, and none of them would prohibit, in my view, solar climate intervention deployment. They might have some relevance to that, but they wouldn't prohibit it. And the same is true of the customary duties, which are largely procedural duties to assess, to notify, to consult, but none of those, again, would prohibit, in my view, unilateral solar climate intervention deployment. So that was the basis for my statement about the permissibility currently under existing international law of solar climate intervention deployment. Now, when people talk about would deployment require international governance, they sometimes, it's not always clear what they mean by require, whether it's required legally, which in my view it's not, whether it's required politically, whether it's required morally. I think whether it's required politically is questionable, because I think although some people say countries would not go ahead unilaterally, I think in extremists, it's hard to predict what countries might do, and a country that's sufficiently desperate might in fact decide that the benefits of, they're facing such a dire threat from climate change that they would be willing to deploy some kind of technology to reflect sunlight unilaterally. Morally, well, I'll leave that to the philosophers who are going to be speaking in the afternoon session today. But in my view, it's complicated from a moral perspective, because from a moral perspective, if one looks at consequences, the consequences might well be much better than the consequences of not. Okay. Now, on the question about maintaining the intervention over time, future generations being able to do that, what would be the strategy for exiting, the termination shock problem. These are all, I think, related issues because they all have to do with the how long one would have to be doing solar climate intervention, how would you end it in a way that would also be safe. So I think, of course, at this point, we don't really, this is all, to my view, relates to deployment, not to research. So there's not going to be a termination shock from research, because the level of solar climate intervention is not going to be very high. In fact, at the moment, there's virtually no physical outdoor experimentation, but the kind of outdoor experimentation one would certainly start with would be at a relatively modest scale. And even if you did a large-scale field test, the effect would be transient. We already have these kind of interventions that take place naturally through volcanoes, volcanic eruptions. And I think nobody's even beginning to contemplate any kind of field experiments which would come anywhere close to the magnitude of an explosion like the Mount Pinatubo eruption. So I don't think there's a termination. These problems arise from the research. They would arise from the actual deployment. Now, the extent of these problems depends very much on how it's deployed, at what scale, and there are a lot of different proposals for how it might be used. If one really thinks that emissions can come down rapidly and that we're going to be able to use negative emission technologies at scale relatively soon, then one's contemplating then solar climate intervention really as a fairly short-term stopgap to prevent some of the worst consequences of overshoot until we can bring emissions down. So that wouldn't necessarily require multi-generational use of solar climate intervention. It might be solar climate intervention on a much shorter time scale. It might also be solar climate intervention at a much more modest amounts. So again, the termination effects then would be lower. We're already facing, in a sense, a termination effect, because the effects of greenhouse gas emissions and warming the climate right now are being offset by the pollution we put into the atmosphere, the aerosols we currently put into the atmosphere, which are now being phased out as a result of pollution controls to try to control air pollution. And if you look at the most recent IPCC report and look at human forcings of the climate system, there's a significant human forcing of the climate system due to our current levels of pollution. Now, as we begin to try to reduce those current levels of pollution, we are reducing that negative forcing that cools the planet. And that's similar to if we use solar climate intervention to reducing the solar climate intervention over time. One proposal, actually, that's made sometimes by some proponents of solar climate intervention is simply use it to offset the reductions in aerosol pollution that we currently have. So you're basically replacing bad aerosols that are polluting at ground level in cities with stratospheric aerosols where they would be safer, leaving the overall climate forcing the same. because we're going to be facing exacerbated climate change, global warming as a result of, ironically, as a result of cleaning up other kinds of pollution. So I think there are a lot of, I think answering, I have no simple answer to the termination shock. If it can vary tremendously in the magnitude of the problem, can vary tremendously depending on how solar climate intervention is actually used. As I said in my talk, I'm not proposing the actual use of solar climate intervention, the deployment. And my view is we need to understand a lot more about it first. And then after we've understood more about it, if we're able to understand more about it, then we'll be in a position to make decisions which clearly should take into account the kinds of problems raised about maintaining it over time if that's necessary, termination shock and so forth. Thanks.
So thank you, Daniel. We are short of time, so to say. Anyway, if you have, are you willing to respond shortly? Further question? We have a question in the chat. Maybe better if I read it, so it's quicker. In addition, so Alex Putzer, that is one of our researchers here, is asking, in addition to emitting less while producing more and capturing existing emissions, what role would degrowth play? Then he adds, for the lack of a better word. So is this clear to you? I've just read it.
So I think there are a lot of different ways of bringing down emissions. One is through replacing more emitting technologies with lower emitting technologies, such as solar energy and non-fossil fuel source of energy. But another is to change human behavior and to have slower rates of growth, because as I think was explained yesterday, greenhouse gas emissions are a function of technology, they're a function of GDP, and they're a function of how much CO2 is emitted per unit of GDP. So if you reduce GDP, if you have degrowth, if you have lower levels of consumption, then that would be another strategy for trying to bring emissions down and try to deal with climate change that way. I think degrowth seems unlikely from a political standpoint, because if you look at the trends are all in the other direction. People like more consumption, and trying to change that behavior, I think, is going to be extremely difficult. Trying to change that behavior very quickly, as would be needed, is even more difficult. But that would be another technique to try to address growth in greenhouse gas emissions.
Okay, so thank you, everybody. Thank you, Daniel, for your presentation. And I think that we have, and also would like to give the floor to Professor Jorge Viñuales. I will recall the title of his presentation, that is of Analytical Frames and Their Limits, Revisiting the Law of Negative Externalities. Thank you, Daniel, again. And Professor Viñuales, are you fine with us?
Yes. Can you hear me well?
Yes, please. Okay.
Yes. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a bit sad that I cannot be with you. Actually, I would have loved to be there, and other professional commitments have prevented me from doing so. The purpose of my presentation is really to try to reframe the technology that we have. One of the technologies that we have, but it's a very important technology, because it's the technology that pulls the on and off button in using the hard technologies, some of which that Dan was discussing. But it's law, environmental law in particular, but law more generally. And law as a technology, understood as a technology, is something that will be, whatever the scenario, extremely important for dealing with not just climate change, but Anthropocene. I think that one of the, this is a sort of digression that I wanted to add precisely to connect my presentation with Dan's presentation. challenges of geoengineering, and particularly solar radiation management, but also carbon dioxide removal technologies, is that they tend to see everything from the prism of climate change. From the perspective of climate change, the ocean is a sink. And of course, from the perspective of biodiversity and national jurisdiction, it's the other way around. So ocean fertilization, for example, would be a problem. Now, for that precise reason, I think that I agree with Dan that it's very important to conduct research and to understand what are the implications of the things. But when I speak about the environmental law as a technology and law as a technology, and I speak about that technology being characterized as the law of negative externalities, which is in my own presentation, in my view, a way of showing very clearly how limited environmental law is. One question that may arise is what is a transaction? As we all know, the theory of externalities is about essentially minimizing the negative side effects of an underlying transaction between two key actors that are holding this transaction together, but the externality is felt on a third party which is not participating in the transaction. And the question is, of course, if the externality is climate change, or even more specifically, if the externality is the Anthropocene, that we're changing the entire Earth system, what can be a transaction? And how can it be that the transaction is still ongoing? What is a transaction that is more important, that is organized as more important, and that as a result, the side effect, which is really, this is the main experiment in geoengineering, the fact that we are becoming a geological force as humans. That's the main geoengineering, and that's also why I agree with Dan that the risk is already there. So just to put it in very simple terms, we have this technology, which is law, and specifically environmental law, and we really need to use it because things are urgent. Dan was referring to tipping points. Tipping points are often discussed in the context of climate change, but tipping points, of course, can be discussed in other environmental systems, particularly from the perspective of the Anthropocene and the applied framework of the Anthropocene, which is the framework of planetary boundaries. So we have these technologies, we have to do something with it. And the problem is that this technology has a structural bias. So it has a design bias, which is very difficult to overcome, And my presentation is really about trying to unpack a bit the issues that arise from that design bias, and also to try to place that design bias, to zoom out and place it alongside a range of other possible framings that I guess would be useful for a range of considerations, including the governance of geoengineering, but also upstream to try to reduce emissions or do both. Now, let me then start with trying to put a finger as clearly as possible on what I call this underlying bias. Now, the basic statement, I've written about this in a number of publications, but the basic idea here is that, well, we have this theory of externalities with which we can frame the role of environmental law. And the reality is that environmental law, even before we called it environmental law, so even in the 19th century, I would say, I start my historical account with the Décret sur les établissements classés in France, of 1811. So environmental law really, since the very beginning of environmental law, of public environmental law, regulatory environmental law, was and remains designed as a law of negative externalities, in the meaning that it is a body of law that comes after, that is specifically designed not to interfere with other laws that organize a pre-existing process of production. And that pre-existing process of production is to be maintained. So the design of environmental law is to cut out, to remove negative side effects as much as possible. So you have a clear asymmetry in the structure of the law. And from that broad perspective, it doesn't matter whether we're talking about regulation or whether we are talking about market mechanisms. It's pretty much the same, because in both cases, even regulation is designed to keep the transaction going. Now, it may sound tempting within this frame, and this frame is fairly reasonable. It may sound tempting to say that law should allow or keep the good part and cut out the rest, and try to reduce the negative part. That may sound quite reasonable, because in the end, we don't want to curtail economic activities just for the sake of some dogmatic principle if we do not know how that is going to impact human society. But at the same time, the complication is that there is a tension between the organization of the transaction by law and the regulation of negative externalities by law. There is a tension between the two, and the fundamental tension it really lies in what is deemed to be good. I mean, what is good enough for the transaction to be kept undisturbed, undisrupted, or fundamentally allowed. So the progress, and I use that term with some between inverted commas, but the progress in environmental law has been to make inroads into the transaction without actually banning the transaction. Just think about the terms. I mean, we have been speaking about climate change. What are the transactions that cause climate change? Well, essentially, what for the last 250 years we call civilization, which is a production of energy, transportation, food, and buildings, shelter. So this is essentially, I mean, those are the processes that cause emissions and that cause climate change. Now, all that would be the transaction, and the externality would be climate change. How much of it is good? How much of it is good? And the question is certainly not simple. It's certainly not simple. And the way in which you could address it, and in which it is addressed in most environmental law, and I can really go into these details. I spent something like 7 years doing an Oxford Handbook on comparative environmental law, so surveying the underlying structure of environmental law around the world, and this is in many ways the source of my reflection here. So just to give you some examples of how we can approach this issue of transactions and externalities. One way to do it, which is in my view very representative of the full set of environmental law, is the following. You may have heard, I mean, some of you in the audience may be familiar with the Energy Charter Treaty. The Energy Charter Treaty is a treaty that was concluded in the early 1990s between a number of European countries and a number of former countries from the USSR. The main bargain of that Energy Charter Treaty was to enable European countries to keep having access to the fossil fuel resources coming from the former USSR, and for these other countries to actually have access to the markets in Europe. So that was the basic bargain, and the treaty is essentially about facilitating trade, investment, and transit. Now, within that treaty, because it is the 1990s, it is a post-Rio 1992 treaty, you have some reference to environmental protection. And that reference appears in two main instruments. One is Article 19, and another is a protocol on energy efficiency and related environmental aspects. Now, something that is striking in my view is that when you read Article 19 and you read the protocol, it is extremely clear that we will do as much efficiency and environmental protection as we can, as long as we do not interfere with the energy transaction. So just, I will not read you the article, it's longer than it deserves, but I guess that it speaks of minimizing the harmful environmental impact of in a way that is economically efficient and cost effective. And then it clearly states that action to internalize cost must not distort investment in the energy cycle or international trade. So the priority cannot be more clearly stated. If you want other examples, a very simple example would be the UNFCCC. The UN Convention, Framework Convention on Climate Change, if you read the principles, you have one principle in Article 3.5, paragraph 5, that restates the chapeau of Article 20 of the GATT. So essentially, that article is saying that, yes, you can adopt climate policies, but don't distort trade. You have to remain within the bounds of free trade. The same thing could be said of other instruments. So what I'm just mentioning in this context is that you see that, you see that asymmetry, you see that sort of hierarchy, structural hierarchy, fairly clear in some of the instruments. Here I'm talking about international law, but I could really pick many examples. I will pick some examples later because really my main point is to show the asymmetry. But this is one approach. This is one approach, and in my view, it is a most representative approach. I think that environmental law remains just red tape. It's just red tape. When environmental law is introduced, it very rarely cuts through the heart of the transaction and prevents it. Environmental law remains a transactional cost in many ways. Now that's I think the prevailing frame of environmental law. It's not the only frame. It's not the only frame. Let me give you a very different frame and pick a very rare example of a very different frame. You may, some of you in the audience may be familiar with a case that was decided earlier this year, Milieu Defensi against Royal Dutch Shell, and it's a case of the Court of First Instance in The Hague. Very interesting case. They used a lot of research conducted on stranded assets and so on, and the court essentially decided, it's a first, I think internationally, but the court decided that Shell, Royal Dutch Shell, so the holding company, had to cut down its emissions of carbon dioxide by 45% within 10 years. So by 2030, the emissions of Royal Dutch Shell had to be 45% lower than its emissions in 2019. And that applies not just to its emissions, its only emissions. You know that there is something called the Greenhouse Gas Protocol that organizes what types of emissions, and there are different types of emissions. They're called Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3. And something which is very innovative in this decision is that it is applying up to Scope 3, which means that even emissions arising from the use of the products that Royal Dutch Shell sells elsewhere, even those emissions would be taken into account. Now, this is really cutting through the heart of the transaction, going into a transaction saying your business model is flawed. Your business model is flawed. Now, for many people, this is too extreme because it would amount to cut liberties. Of course, when one looks at the lockdown measures that have been adopted and the level of freedom restriction of lockdown measures, it doesn't look like that extreme. It doesn't look like, imagine that you're a restaurant and you're stopped. You cannot offer any meals anymore. Well, you're in a worse position than Royal Dutch Shell because Royal Dutch Shell has 10 years and it has to reduce emissions by 45%. Whereas a restaurant is tomorrow and you cannot serve any meals anymore. So essentially, it may appear extreme. But here what we're seeing very clearly is that environmental law can bite. Environmental law can bite and can apply in a way which is very different from just the mitigating side effects. And it's really something that cuts through to the heart of the transaction. Now, we're not there. We're not anywhere near there, although climate litigation is making great progress, I think. But we're not anywhere near, and that explains what Dan was showing in the graphs, that essentially mitigation policies have made very little difference. There is a paper published in late 2020 by Sam Frankhauser from LSE and then Oxford, and he shows that altogether the difference between a world without climate change law and with climate change law is roughly 2% of emissions, which is very, very limited. So you see that this is something that would suggest that even climate law is much more on the side of just the law of negative externalities. Now, between these two extremes, you have a third position, which is a position that we're starting to see more and more. And here I will give an example of work that I have done in practice. So I together with a colleague in the UK, we delivered the legal opinion on the obligations under international law of export credit agencies. Now, export credit agencies are something of a dark area, a dark matter. We know they are there, but they fall between the cracks. No one is really paying that much attention. Now, export credit agencies are the agencies that will provide loans to a foreign country or to a foreign company in order for that foreign country or company to buy goods or works from the country that provides a loan. So you have a sort of development agency, but with the difference that what it is trying to do is to promote the exports of either goods or other types of works, such as creating a coal-fired power plant in Africa, in Latin America, and so on. Now, what are the obligations of those export credit agencies? And slowly we're seeing that those obligations, that the law of negative externalities is starting step by step to make an inroad into the transaction. Probably the main example here is what are export credit agencies expected under some international standards to finance and not to finance. Now, the international standards I'm going to refer to are standards that have been adopted by the OECD and that are non-binding. So the OECD has a number of standards specifically applicable to export credit agencies. And in this case, the only the only clear target where the OECD standards are recommending states not to provide funds, or export credit agencies not to provide funds, is dirty coal-fired power plants. Dirty coal-fired power plants. So that limitation of the transaction leaves out the possibility, which is widely used, to provide funds for less dirty coal-fired power plants, and of course to oil and gas. Of course to oil and gas. So all oil and gas is left out, and export credit agencies can, at least for now, support that, and many have done that massively. For example, Canada, the Export Credit Agency of Canada is supporting massively the upstream oil and gas sector in Canada. That's essentially state aid. That's essentially state aid. It's a subsidy to fossil fuels. So what I'm trying to show you here is you have three models. In one model, the environment is protected if you can. If you cannot, well, too bad. In the extreme other model, the environment takes priority. And if you had to cut your business model, well, too bad. In the middle ground, which is what we're observing, which is incremental, which is by far not sufficient to deal with the issue that we're facing. Well, in that model, which is incremental, well, there is some interference with the transaction, some limited interference with the transaction, but it's not the fundamental transaction, but some side effects, some extreme cases of the transaction. So in other words, we're not interfering with the heart of the transaction, just with some extreme cases in which there is too much environmental harm, or negative externalities that are deemed to be too harmful, so that they go beyond what is tolerable by a third party. Now, the question now is you have these three examples, very concrete examples. Now, which one represents better environmental law as a whole, as a technology? As I mentioned earlier today, I would argue, and I really spent time looking at environmental law, international, comparative, European, and transnational. And frankly, I think that however disappointing, the answer is between the first example that I gave you, which is just environmental law is trying to reduce some side effects without interfering, and the third example that I gave you, which is, well, sometimes there is an attempt to make an inroad into the transaction and interfering with the transaction, but just with a limited part of the transaction. Examples of that, I mean, I'm not sure if it's necessary given that we have limited time, but I could give you examples from the 19th century up until today. It doesn't really matter whether we're looking at environmental law from the command and control perspective, or from the market mechanism perspective, or from the informational perspective. And there are different frames to describe how environmental law is structured. But the reality is that all these frames, except for very rare cases, very rare examples of command and control, all these frames are really examples of environmental law as a law of negative externalities. The transaction is being maintained, and that is true of things as different and separate in time as the Décret sur les établissements classés of 1811 in France, or the Emissions Trading Directive in the European Union. So despite the fact that we're looking at very different instruments with very different levels of sophistication, this is just about minimizing negative externalities without interfering fundamentally with the transaction. Now, if that is the case, and given the fact that it is that the transaction that is causing climate change is fundamentally what we call civilizations, or what we have called civilization in the last 250 years. So how we produce energy, how we provide transportation, how we provide shelter, and how we provide food. Given that fact, well, it is no surprise that that climate change is not being addressed through mitigation measures, or is not being sufficiently addressed through mitigation measures. Now, what would be the alternative? What would be an alternative framing for this prevailing structural problem? Well, I will offer just three alternatives, and I hope that I will do that very briefly, because I hope that we will be able to discuss them in more detail during the Q&A session. But one option would be to accept that that the law of environmental protection may cut through the transaction. So it is the milieu défensif case against Royal Dutch Shell. So something would be, I think it would be important, at least whether it is done fundamentally or only for some transactions, I think that it's important to recognize that in some cases, environmental protection trumps, prevails, is more important than the underlying economic process. Now, it's difficult in the current structure, but that would be an alternative framing. And there are examples of that. As I mentioned earlier, the COVID lockdown measures are massively a massive example of what could be done. Of course, very disruptive, and not necessarily to be emulated, but they are clearly an example that when there is political will, you can do it, and you can do it in short notice. Another example would be the other two cases that I gave you, the milieu défensif or the more limited approach to cut out or make an inroad into a transaction, which is limited because not every transaction, not every harmful transaction is being excluded. But that's one approach. This is the typical approach that we have from the the more I would call normative critique. The normative critiques, and there are a range of normative critiques in environmental policy, they tend to advocate for this type of approach, which is an approach which is very morally intensive. So you need a very strong moral argument to come up with something like that. The second approach, which is the prevailing approach in policy circles, is in a way, I don't want to say disappointing, because it may be very, very important and very useful, but essentially it tries to play down the existence of frictions between developmental growth or prosperity, if we use one single word, and environmental protection. So that's the main difference, for example, between the concepts of sustainable development and green economy. The concept of sustainable development as a policy concept means you can do as well economically while protecting the environment, whereas the concept of a green economy or an inclusive green economy tries to convey the message that if you invest in environmental sectors, you would do better economically. Now, it's possible. It's possible. I'm not saying that it's not the case. In many countries, we have seen gas tariffs go up massively, despite the fact that, you know, gas is always shown as a transition technology, a good technology that is cheaper than alternatives. But the reality is that there are some technologies that are going faster, that are decreasing in their cost much, much faster. And in those cases, such as, for example, solar photovoltaic, it would make a lot of sense to invest massively there, because there you have a win-win situation. You have a win-win situation, at least in terms of climate change. It has other implications, geopolitically, in terms of pollution of land, and so on, because of the minerals that we use for solar panels. But there are indeed win-wins. There are indeed situations of decoupling, where this discourse, this frame of synergy, of lack of friction between environmental protection and prosperity may well apply. But it is certainly not a necessary feature of economic policy that it will always be environmentally protective. Or vice versa, it is certainly not a feature of environmental protection policies that they will always be economically beneficial. Now, the fact that there is some decoupling, that it is possible to decouple, doesn't mean...
1 minute, Jorge.
Yes, I'm ending right now. It's a third frame. Now, the third frame is a combination of both frames that I just mentioned. So one frame, the first frame that I mentioned, the first alternative frame, was to give normative priority to environmental protection, or at least to certain forms of environmental protection. The second frame that I had mentioned was to try to create or to explore as many synergies as possible. Well, the third frame would be a combination of both, essentially to conduct economic policy for growth and development or prosperity, but to do so with the ultimate aim of remaining within some environmental constraint, which can be called planetary boundaries or can be called something else. Now, that frame is, one has to look at it carefully, because that frame could easily slip away and fall into the negative externalities frame. If you say, well, the environmental constraint is going to be some removal of side effects. So here we would be conducting transformational policy that tries to change the structural components that I just mentioned earlier. So how you produce energy, how you produce transportation, how you produce shelter, and how you produce food. I can give you plenty of examples of things that are happening right now, but the question, of course, is whether there is political will to move from the current frame to one of these alternative frames. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Viñuales. We have 5 minutes left for some questions. Anyone? Daniel? Was it your finger?
Yeah.
Yeah, so please, use it.
Well, thanks very much, Jorge, for that very interesting presentation. So I had sort of two related questions, I guess. So first of all, I'm not sure I completely understand the distinction you're making, because negative externalities can, in fact, cancel the transaction. If the negative externality is greater than the value of the transaction, then the implication would be the transaction shouldn't take place. So there might be many examples where some activity is causing much more harm in terms of to others as a negative externality than the actual benefit it's providing to the actors engaged in the transaction. And in that case, the effect of a negative externality would be to stop the transaction, to stop whatever activity is causing the negative externality. My second point is, it seems to me, I guess maybe to rephrase what you're saying, it seems to me the distinction you're drawing is between balancing approaches where you're balancing costs and benefits versus prohibitory approaches where you just have an absolute prohibition on something. So a balancing approach would be negative externalities would involve a balancing approach, whereas a prohibitory approach would just simply say certain categories of activities we're going to prohibit absolutely, because I guess overall they're immoral or they have effects, etc. And there actually, I think, are many examples in international environmental law of prohibitory regimes. So I think international environmental law has both balancing approaches in some contexts, prohibitory approaches in others. For example, the London Protocol on dumping of waste in the ocean has moved largely to a prohibitory approach where you're not considering negative externalities and you're simply prohibiting all dumping of hazardous waste except those that are on the green list that are permitted. And there are other examples as well. So thanks.
Thank you. Let me gather some more questions. Anyone else? I have one. Daniel, I believe it's an ideological matter after all. And ideology matters in a sense that, I mean, the point is that the barycenter of environmental law is elsewhere. I believe this sounds to me the point of the presentation and of the work. I mean, these externalities, as long as we do not interfere with energy transactions, or maybe we can just on marginal ones, and this is the label on marble of environmental law. This is true. Believe this is true. Therefore, I am only one question, that is, how would you, Jorge, how would you rate the role? Okay, for WTO and Article 20, well, that's right, what you said, but of course, but how would you rate the role of other regulatory or protective regimes concerning directly the environment, whose statutory goal looks like inverting the bias? Or is it a wrong perception? And all those global regimes, they as well fall in the same container. So this is my question, thanks. And any other? There is a question in the chat. You see, Professor Viñuales, you really have to come here. We don't have time now to explore all the matters. So please say yes, and you will. So we keep some questions for when you come. So there is a question that I'm going to read from Stefano Porfido. I read it. So I was wondering if the European Court of Human Rights jurisprudence on environmental matters, which requires that states take positive steps in ruling structural change in the corporate business for the sake of preventing offenses to victims in the future, could be interpreted as an example of externalities that cuts through the transaction. Thanks. So that's it. Please.
Thank you very much for your questions. Thank you very much for your questions. Yes. Briefly, I think that there is we need to understand what the theory of externalities is. This is welfare economics. You have utility. We're trying to maximize utility. So every single good is defined in terms of a single variable that we call utility. So you're conflating lives with environment, with economy, with jobs. Everything is measured in the same currency. And then you're saying that by just an intervention, you're going to correct a suboptimal equilibrium at which the market is pushing you, and you're going to correct that suboptimal equilibrium, and you're going to take the equilibrium at a higher level of utility, at the optimal level. Now, that aside from the fact that that it's a theory that has been very influential, let me just take a step back so I can answer first the question of Dan, then Gianluigi's question about the issue that is fundamentally normative. In my case, it's not fundamentally normative. And then finally, I can speak about to what extent there are some examples of prohibitive approaches, which of course is the case. There are indeed some examples of prohibitive approaches. Now, on the first thing, so just to take a step back, the problem of cost-benefit analysis is that it's trying to see whether the measure that you're going to adopt is going to push a system towards closer to the optimization of utility. What does it mean? Well, it means essentially that you have a deck of cards. So those cards, each is a policy, that each card has a probability of having an effect in terms of utility, that you can anticipate that probability, and you're going to take a decision on the basis of the costs and benefits of each card. Okay. Now, what I'm talking about here is something fundamentally different, which is what you would see in policies that are trying to steering the system towards not conducting a cost-benefit analysis, but steering the system towards a direction that is chosen without being conflated. Now, what is that type of approach? It's something fairly simple in economic theory. I mean, there is a lot of economic theory in complexity economics. The idea to put it in the example that I gave earlier is that you do not have a deck of cards, because many of the things that may happen to the system are not in the cards, are not in the deck. So there is a measure of fundamental uncertainty that you cannot predict. So you cannot predict in advance, so you cannot optimize. Now, that measure of fundamental uncertainty is sufficiently high, that is what is called fat tails, is sufficiently high not to be negligible. Now, in the welfare economics and negative externalities approach, you're simply assuming away those fat tails. You're assuming away the possibility that you may find yourself in beyond the deck of cards, into new areas. What I'm trying to do here, what I'm trying to convey, is that as long as you remain within the transaction externality approach and you remain in the cost-benefit analysis approach, you are missing what you need precisely to disrupt the system, change its structure, and make it less emitting. So as long as you remain within the negative externalities approach, you're incremental, and what we need is to be transformational. It is true, so that's for the cost benefit and the balancing. It is true that there are some examples of banning. Dan mentioned the London Protocol 1996. Perhaps in some cases, some human rights. I mean, human rights is typically a framework that is deontological, it's not utilitarian. And there are other cases. I mean, just to give you an example, the moratorium on commercial whaling that was introduced in the Whaling Convention in 1984 or 86. So you do have examples, but they are a minority. They are a minority. Now, as to the issue of ideology, yes, probably there is an issue of ideology, there is an issue of normative choice, but the problem with a cost-benefit analysis implementing a transactions externality framework is that that ideology is all amalgamated. So the normative choices are all amalgamated into a single variable called utility. how can you make those normative choices without keeping those values separate? What should a policymaker do? Just give a value to the lives of people, give a value to the life of to the existence of a species, give a value to extreme weather events, give a value to whatever, jobs, the level of unemployment, and then put everything together and try to optimize that system? That is unrealistic, and is certainly not a guide for the transformation that we need to undergo in the next 10 years. That's my point.
Thank you very much, Professor Viñuales. We are done with this, but only provisionally, because the issue is very wide, very deep, and we are very interested in it, as of course we were with Daniel Bodansky, but Professor Bodansky was here and we could avail of his presence even yesterday. So we are waiting for you, of course. So thank you again. And we have now Professor Annalisa Savaresi. I will read a presentation titled, "The Accountability and Enforcement Gaps in Climate Law and the Role of Litigation and Appraisal." Please, Professor Savaresi, your floor. Are you here yet?
Yes, I am.
So
Thank
please.
you very much.
Very welcome. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Professor Parambella, and indeed to the school for inviting me to this workshop. I consider myself a friend of the school. I've been a frequent visitor, and I was a visiting fellow earlier this year when I organized a workshop together with Maria Grazia Labrese on climate litigation and human rights. As people probably know by now, this has been at the core of my research interests for the last few years. With Maria Grazia, we have a special issue that will be launched on the sidelines of COP26 on the basis of the papers presented at the workshop. So today I will not talk about this theme. I will build on that work though and discuss more generally the role of litigation in climate change law. And I have, of course, slides. You cannot do a presentation without slides these days, which I'll try and bring up. In the meantime, I wanted to say that I'm very pleased that what I'm going to say largely complements what my preceding speaker said. And in fact, especially Jorge's presentation, I believe really dovetails with what I'm going to talk about. So I'm very pleased. It wasn't planned, but it happened. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is why we're even dealing with the matter of climate litigation. To then discuss briefly, very briefly, some examples and not in any level of detail. To then provide the appraisal that the title of my presentation promises to give. So let's start with the first matter. Why are we having climate litigation at all? The Paris Agreement is, of course, very fresh in the memory of many of us, and it's fairly recent. So why are we having a tidal wave of litigation that I will be discussing today in my presentation? There have been a lot of dissatisfaction with this instrument, and Professor Bodansky has already mentioned some of the reasons. Very briefly, what has happened since the adoption of the Paris Agreement is that there has been a moment of reckoning, if you like. Folks have woken up to the reality that we reached as far as we could with international lawmaking endeavor. And I, for one, don't expect the regime to produce much more than what we have. And this is exactly the reason why litigation has become important. It has become important because A, we need to enforce the law that exists at every level, as we will see, and B, we need to really hold state and corporate actors accountable for doing what they said they would do in Paris and in national legislation before and after. So this call to arms was echoed by Diane Desierto in 2019, writing in the famous blog of the European Society of International Law. She called all international lawyers, and not only international lawyers, really, to really use the blunt instrument of litigation to really make the promises enshrined in national determined contributions real and really binding in one way or another. And here is where the creativity of many attorneys and lawyers all around the world has been unleashed and gone in so many different directions, as I will show in this presentation. So where are we with climate litigation today? Here you see one of the many slides that you see around these days that has been included in the Global Trends in Climate Change Litigation report that is published by the Grantham Institute at the LSE. And my friend Joanna Setzer and Kate Hingham compile yearly the trends of climate litigation. Today we are talking about around 2,000 cases recorded in their database. Surely there is more, and indeed it really depends on how you define climate litigation. But what is interesting for our purposes today is that this litigation is rising, has been rising for a long time, but clearly has increased after the adoption of the Paris Agreement. And there is a number of questions that we could discuss as to why this has happened, but clearly it has to do with what I mentioned earlier, the fact that we have now an international legal framework that is somewhat complete, even though it's very early days for its implementation. And we have national laws increasingly at the national level that deal with climate change specifically. So climate change law is growing everywhere, and litigation with it. One thing that is important to mention about this litigation is that not all that you see in the diagram that I've just shown you is in support of climate action, especially in the early years, especially in the US. There was a lot of litigation that was opposing the adoption of climate laws and similar activities that were regarded to be disruptive to business interests and so on. And if you look at the other major database of climate litigation, the one curated by the Sabin Center at Columbia Law School, that is also referenced in the slide, you will find quite a few examples of corporate actors, for example, suing governments for attempting to adopt measures to reduce emissions in this or that sector. However, most people today are really much more interested in the other type of climate cases, the cases where we have the opposite happening. What is that? We have states and corporate actors being brought to court by various kinds of non-state actors, most typically. For what? For not adopting legislation or taking measures to deal with climate change, or for not properly implementing these measures. It's fair to say that this is a very short, simple story. There are increasingly cases that deal also with the so-called method of adaptation. I'm sure you all know what that is, but it's a shorthand to describe measures adopted to cope with the impacts of climate change. And that too is being litigated. But it's fair to say that the lion's share of pro-climate litigation deals with mitigation. Where is this litigation happening? In theory, we could have litigation happening everywhere at the national, regional, and international level. And indeed, this is what is happening by far and large. At the same time, it's true that by far the largest share of litigation is taking place at the national level. There are obvious reasons for this. First of all, international litigation is relatively rare vis-a-vis national litigation, and the same may be said for regional litigation. Now, the other important element that I wanted to consider with you today is who is involved in this litigation. As I mentioned already, the typical scenario that everybody has in mind is, non-state actors, citizens, NGOs bringing to court states and or corporate actors for lack of appropriate climate action. However, we're seeing a small but increasing number of cases that involve non-state actors alone. And Jorge mentioned Milieu Defensi earlier. There have been other similar cases, although this is really the smallest share of litigation so far. By far, the typical scenario, the famous cases that many of you will probably have heard of, involve public authorities and are brought by groups of citizens. There has been no litigation involving states, so there has been no interstate litigation concerning climate change yet. This issue has, however, been much discussed in the literature. And who knows, with time, we may see some of this litigation. So why is this litigation being brought? I mentioned this earlier. It has to do with enforcement, which is physiological, if you like. Once you have legislation, it's normal that it is enforced. At the same time, there is also perceived shortcomings in this legislation. What are these shortcomings? At the international level, international climate change law typically is toothless. This is far from being unique in international environmental law. States are very wary to enter international agreements in the environmental sector, especially that have a bite and are attached with consequences for lack of compliance. However, the same may be said about much national law as well. The UK is often mentioned as the first country in the world that adopted climate legislation, the Climate Act 2008. What many people don't realize about the Climate Change Act is that if the government doesn't meet the targets it set for itself, nothing's going to happen. It's, if you like, a political shaming process whereby bodies like the Climate Change Commission can stigmatize lack of adequate progress, as it has recently done. But beyond that, there is no real consequences. And why should there be, one could ask? Well, I think that this is an important question. And I do think that where we are with this body of law, it is important that there is a level of accountability for public authorities, especially in complying with what they said they would do. So there are opportunities here associated with litigation, raising awareness in the public, giving visibility to an issue, which is, for example, lack of compliance with climate targets set by a state, and of course, engendering change. This is what matters in the end. We want lawmakers to revise legislation if it's not adequate. We want enforcing agencies to really do what they are supposed to do at various levels of governance where they operate. And of course, we also want citizens and corporate actors to follow suit and help in this endeavor. What are the limitations? Because it sounds too good to be true, right? If it were that easy, everybody would be doing it and would be sorted. There are obstacles, clearly. There are limits to the powers of the judiciary and what the judiciary can and cannot do in the context of legal disputes, what remedies it can award. And there are limits embedded in the legislation itself. Some legislation is more favorable and more suitable to be used vis-a-vis other instruments, as we will see shortly when I discuss a few examples. So what do the examples tell us about these opportunities and constraints? I will really not go into any level of detail because we clearly don't have time. I'm sure you've all heard of the Urgenda Foundation case in the Netherlands, so I will not go into any level of detail. But what is interesting about Urgenda is that it's regarded as the quintessential enforcement sort of a case, in the sense that accountability case, sorry, not enforcement case. It's important to distinguish the two. It's a quintessential accountability case because it uses national tort law in order to argue that by not doing enough on climate change, the national government is actually harming its citizens. So we are basically talking about basic tort law argumentations that with time were framed also in terms of human rights violations, but at the very core, Urgenda was a tort law case. There are specificities of Dutch tort law that made this case possible. What is interesting is that I very much remember a lot of conversations in the lead up to the various court decisions that Urgenda obtained and won. This colleague from the Netherlands kept saying the Dutch judiciary is never going to grant the complaint, the case is never going to let the applicants win, because this is against, the standard interpretation of tort law in the Netherlands. And here we are a few years later. So clearly some judiciary has been willing to push the boundaries of the law in order to accommodate accountability complaints related to climate action, at least in relation to state authorities. The milieu defensie also brought in the Netherlands is another game changer for different reasons, brought on similar grounds, but against corporate actors. Here we're really talking about uncharted waters, because while it's clearly possible to envision due diligence obligations of public authorities vis-a-vis the Dutch citizens, it's harder to see this so clearly in relation to a corporate actor like Royal Dutch Shell, that is, after all, operating a lawful business. Nevertheless, the applicants in milieu defensie secured an important victory earlier this year, but this is only a first instance victory, and much remains to be seen in this case, and whether or not it will follow the successful path of the Urgenda decision. For sure, this decision has sent shockwaves through the system. A lot is being said about this decision because of its impact on corporate governance and accountability in the years to come in relation to climate change, and not only in the Netherlands. I don't want you to think that there have only been successful climate cases, though. There have been also unsuccessful climate cases. And at the workshop I convened earlier this year, we had the fortune to have Mark Willers, who is one of the attorneys that is litigating an ongoing case before the European Court of Human Rights. And he also talked about the People's Climate Case. The People's Climate Case was a case before the Court of Justice of the EU, where a group of citizens trying to challenge the EU for inadequate climate action. So a bit of a similar story. It's not that the Netherlands or the EU didn't have any climate legislation, but the applicants thought it was inadequate. And in the People's Climate Case, what the applicants did was to rely, amongst others, on human rights law to support their argumentations. This case was dismissed because of complex reasons associated with standing rights before EU courts. So nothing to do with the merits, if you like, but only on procedural grounds. As I mentioned, there are more cases on the way. Importantly, there is Duarte Agostino, and now another 2 cases before the European Court of Human Rights. We have complaints before the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child, before the Human Rights Commission, sorry, the UN Human Rights Committee, and many, many more. Now, what picture emerges from this litigation? In other words, what is my appraisal of this? I think that these cases clearly show that litigation is a crucial tool to address the accountability gap in international and climate law. In this moment in history, where climate change law is still in its infancy and the law is in the process of evolving and consolidating. As this body of law reaches maturity, the role of litigation is going to change. We're not gonna see this sexy, visible litigation moving forward. We will have more bread and butter climate cases. As my friend and colleague Jim Bauer often says, the unsexy future of climate litigation is all gonna be about enforcement of targets, enforcement of small bits and pieces of regulation that will be adopted and are being adopted already all over the world in order to reduce emissions, adapt to climate change, and so on. What I would say, though, is also that litigation is a crucial tool to address justice questions that are associated with climate change. And this kind of litigation we are seeing increasingly. We don't have a lot yet, but as John Knox mentioned yesterday, this is a clear area where more is likely to happen, because simple as that, as the impacts of climate change materialize, there will be harms felt all over the world, but especially the most vulnerable will be affected, and therefore litigation will be used, amongst other tools, to address those situations that are sadly going to become increasingly frequent. The other way that litigation is going to be increasingly used is that of addressing the justice questions associated with the transition to net zero. The transition to net zero requires dramatic changes in the way we live, consume, and so on. I take Dan's point that the changes might not be as dramatic, but changes will happen. In Europe, we are about to see an agricultural revolution because of climate concerns, and this will happen at some costs, and these justice questions associated with the transition will be making their way to courts, no doubt. So we're gonna see more litigation of a different kind compared with the famous Urgenda and Milieu Defensi, but for sure litigation is here to stay, and I would argue play a rather physiological role in an area that after all is not that different from others. And here I go back to the question that was asked earlier about the European Court of Human Rights and its environmental case law. We are not seeing anything dramatically new here. What I would say is that it's surprising it took so long for environmental activists to realize that they could use the same strategies at least before the European Court of Human Rights, but they have used in relation to other environmental problems in relation to climate change. So now we are seeing these cases. We will see more of these cases, but as I said, it's likely to be about the enforcement of climate laws rather than their adoption or their reform. But I think I'll leave it to this, and I very much look forward to hearing any questions or comments that people may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Savaresi. Also keeping with the time. And I believe that we can open the floor to questions. We have two insider questions. So Emanuele Sommario and Francesca Capone. You know them.
Hi, Annalisa.
No.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So before I start with my questions, let me apologize because in spite of being one of the commoners to this event, I wasn't able to attend most of it due to family reasons, but I want to thank publicly Professor Sommario for taking the lead so gracefully and organizing everything basically with the help of our colleagues. So I hope that we will have the opportunity to catch up also during the break and during the lunch. But in the meantime, I have actually two questions for Annalisa and also for the rest of the panel, if I'm allowed to. Annalisa, I saw that in your presentation, you did not mention the first climate case pending before Italian court. And I wanted to pick your brain on one of the main arguments that has been brought forward in this legal action. So basically the claimants support the view that Italy's fault is largely based on the fact that its inaction or lack of adequate actions are affecting in a negative way Italian citizens' right to a safe and stable climate. So this ties to the question that was raised yesterday to Professor Knox, and it has to do to whether the existing human rights framework is sufficient, and if everything at all, it must be greened even more, or if it makes sense for the sake of the enforcement of new legal arguments to rely on the existence of specific human rights that pertain to climate change litigation. And the other question that I have for you has to do with the issue of intergenerational justice. Once again, it has to do with human rights violations that actually transcend the effects on the current generation and resonates to future generation as well. So my understanding is that whereas the argument is quite solid from a moral and ethical perspective, when it comes to the legal one, it is still, how to say, not as strong in the sense that with the Urgenda case, it was basically dismissed after the first instance, after the tribunal of first instance heard the case. And in the second, in the appeal and also in the decision of the Dutch Supreme Court, the issue of intergenerational justice and the effects of climate change on the next generation was basically not taken into account at all. And similarly, in the Juliana case before the US court, which relied extensively on the issue of the rights of future generation, it also seemed to me that it offered the opportunity for the tribunal to dismiss the case rather quickly. So I wanted to ask you if it makes sense from a legal perspective to insist on this point, or it would be better to focus on other issues that you were rightly mentioning in your presentation. So thank you so much once again.
Thank you. Mario. No, sorry, we gather 2 or 3 questions, to save time.
Ciao, Annalisa, and thank you again for your very clear and insightful presentation. I have a very simple question, to be honest, which relates to what you mentioned at the beginning, the fact that there aren't any interstate litigation yet on climate change. And as far as I know, to the best of my knowledge, there is no case, for instance, in front of the International Court of Justice, which one would expect to be like the natural forum for this sort of litigation. So I was thinking, do you know of the specific legal reasons or obstacles to states? Why do they not bring cases in front of the International Court of Justice? Off the top of my head, I can only think of the monetary gold principle, according to which, the court does not entertain cases where the interests of third states might be affected. But other than that, I was wondering whether you could perhaps enlighten us on why there is no case of interstate litigation, and also on whether you think the court could be actually asked to deliver possibly an advisory opinion on states' obligations with respect to climate change. Thank you so much.
Is there
Shall
any
I
other?
answer?
Okay, please, yes.
So thank you very much for the questions, Emanuele. And indeed, I am very pleased to be here with you discussing these matters. Again, we have discussed them before. I will start with Manuela's question first. Why there is no interstate litigation? Actually, you have Dan Bodansky in the audience, and he has written some of the most important pieces I consider on this topic, especially talking about, for example, an advisory opinion of the ICJ and why that could be a good idea. Now, I don't want to repeat the things that he wrote in that paper or that I said, for example, in a paper that I wrote for an edited collection at Big Hope. But basically, there is two sets of obstacles there. One is, as you point out, jurisdictional, and it has to do with the remit of international courts and the fact that there are limits to, for example, what the court might be able to hear and from whom and against which defendant state. I think that more importantly, there are political limits here. And they are, if you ask me, more important than the technical limits. The political limits are that we have a dedicated international regime to deal with this matter, and therefore litigation before the ICJ may be regarded as a way to undermine that regime. And states are aware of this, and this is why they have refrained so far from resorting to litigation. The other reason is that there is a lot of expense and energy involved in international litigation. And the question is, what difference could it make? What are the likely impacts of such litigation? Alan Boyle famously wrote, it's unlikely that the ICJ is going to tell anything to states other than that they should comply with their international obligations under international climate change law. So we can take different views on this matter, but I tend to agree that I don't see interstate litigation as making a great difference here. I would be more inclined to think that national litigation will make a difference. I think it has already made a difference. Even the People's Climate case that was unsuccessful before the Court of Justice of the EU was part of the momentum that engendered change within the EU. The EU has revised upwards its climate targets for 2030, also thanks to the People's Climate case. Of course, it's hard to draw neat causal links between the change in policy by the EU and unsuccessful litigation of this kind, but clearly there was a momentum in civil society in Europe pushing the EU to do more, and this is what they did eventually. Now, Francesca, two questions, very good questions. The climate case in Italy is, if you like, one of the many replica cases of Urgenda, and clearly was construed around the law in Italy that is not quite similar to Dutch law in relation to tort. So human rights have a more important role in this case vis-a-vis the role they played in Urgenda. What I would say is that the argument that the applicants run is similar to arguments that are being formulated in other cases. And the right to a stable climate was, of course, mentioned in Juliana. Now it's been mentioned in many other cases, for example, in Brazil. Does it make any difference to rely on this right as opposed to other human rights? I think Urgenda showed very well, but even in a relatively conservative human rights system like the European one, it's possible to use traditional civil and political rights like the right to life and the right to family home, for the respect for private and family life, to obtain important successes in climate litigation. Does having a right to a clean environment or similar formulations make it better or easier to tackle climate concerns? Paul de Vilches has written a paper on this and he presented it at the workshop. I don't think we have a lot of data yet, but the little data that exists shows that comparatively, applicants that rely on this right vis-a-vis other human rights are more successful, but it's easy to see that possibly the reason why they are more successful is because they are operating within a system, being national or regional, where there is sympathy towards progressive reading of human rights. So what I would say is, in general, that whatever works is the answer many times in litigation. And in this connection, I link to what you asked concerning international, intergenerational justice. This is an argument that has not so far been particularly successful. We have to wait and see what the European Court of Human Rights says on this. We're all eagerly waiting. I think the court is going to keep us waiting, to be honest, for a little longer. And we will have to wait and see what the Committee on the Rights of the Child says too. As John said yesterday, this is clearly an area that has a lot of potential. The children and the younger generations are clearly the victims of climate change more than anybody else. But whether or not that is gonna turn into successes in court, we'll have to wait and see. It's generally an under-litigated area, that of children's rights. And this is not a case only for climate change. So we will have to wait and see what happens there. And I hope I've answered and done justice to the excellent questions. If there is more, happy to take more questions.
Thank you. In truth, I don't have questions for now. We are at the end of our time, but I've been very glad this presentation on litigation is an issue that I like, maybe the one I like most for some reasons. I mean, climate litigation is at least going toward piercing the veil of previously unshaken dogmas, from Flauman doctrine to, the concept of the relevant rights, etc. So access to justice and shown, I believe, a generative, transformative power here. It has not other fields, and it's more than greening existing rights. So, I mean, also with reference to what kind of rights people are endowed with when environmental issues are the case. So, yes, law's maturity, that is what Annalisa Savaresi was referring to, she calls it. might depend mainly on our way to conceive of the system, or of the fragments, if you wish, more than depending on some dramatic change in revolutionary legislation, something like that. Our approach, for example, to law, global governance, and my own perspective of interlegality. I mean, some changes in our concepts, in our way to conceive of the whole, might be very useful and maybe transformative themselves. But for now, it is time to stop and have a break. We will come back. We thank very much, of course, Annalisa, and we have to stop this section, and we will be back at around 11:15 or 16, if you prefer. Okay. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Simon,
Hi, Katrina. Hi, Steve.
up in the Highlands, I see, or somewhere.
It's it's Worcestershire, the Malvern Hills.
Which is where you live, right?
I live quite near it. Yeah, I live. You can see them if you walk a bit from my house. But the alternative is a whole load of Lego things that my kids have built. I'm going to show this.
How are you?
I'm okay. Yeah. How are you doing?
Yeah, we're okay. We've had a punishing schedule of we gave 3 talks. Well, Steve gave 3 and we gave 2 joint yesterday. And then we've got this, and then Steve's got another one tomorrow. Quite full on.
Is that for this thing, or was it separate?
Part of the grant, yeah. So it's that there are 2 papers. So we presented 2 papers for the first time yesterday, and which are a product of the grant, and then that Steve's on leaving at the end of the week. Yeah, so related to that.
Right.
You know, we've had to postpone the visits, and because of COVID, it's been quite a logistical time.
Yeah. And Steve, what time of the morning is it?
Oh, I'm in Oxford right now, so
Okay. I wasn't sure. I
time
just
zone.
thought it must be. I don't know what time it would be in Seattle.
2 a.m. it says on my computer. So yes, that would be
time.
bad.
Have you been over a while, or?
Yes, yeah, I've been over. This is my 6th week, so
Right.
I leave at the end of this week.
Right.
We've been very productive, and we're both very tired. Do you want to? You want me? I'm just seeing your email, Steve. You want me to do the slides?
Yes, I think so. And Katrina, the camera seems to have dropped down.
Yeah, that's because I moved my, because I've got a screen behind me and the camera is in front of that screen, so it's probably a very suboptimal setup. Let me just test actually and see if these.
Yeah. How actually do you upload slides?
You just go to share. See at the bottom it says share.
Oh yeah.
And then so it's just the same as.
I'm not sure I have those rights because I joined as a guest.
Well, so did I think.
Oh.
Can you see, what can you see now?
I can see your PowerPoint.
Can you see it's the whole? Can you see the whole of the desktop though? Which is not what I want. I want the whole.
Yeah, no. That's my nightmare scenario.
That's all the secret things. How is that? Is that better?
Well, that's better because it's just the slide now.
Okay, I'm just going to leave that actually, as it is. And now I've only got a tiny little window with. Hang on, if I do this. Okay, I think I've sorted it. But hopefully they can actually see us. I can see our slide in the host's box, but I can't see if they've also got our faces. I suppose we will find out.
So are you going to be talking about shifting baseline syndrome?
A bit, yeah, that's part of it. Yeah, that's an example. You're going to tell us that you've just finished a paper on this, Simon.
No, but I have written on it, but not.
You? Right.
I mean, just very in passing, because I've got a book manuscript on democracy and myopia, and why political systems tend to be very short-termist. And so one explanatory factor is the tendency of shifting baselines, both within an individual human being, but also societally. So,
right.
No, I haven't written a whole paper on it, but I am familiar with it, and I read it on fishing and conservation stuff.
Yeah, that's how I came to it first, was via the sort of, there's a lot of stuff in fisheries on this. But yeah, via biodiversity and conservation stuff.
Yeah, is it Pauly? I think is his
Yeah,
name.
Daniel Pauly. Yeah, and it's that like, sort of like one page, isn't it? It's a tiny
Yeah.
little, not even a paper. It's sort of like a letter, and seems to have had this, enormous impact.
That's right. Yeah, I think it's not that scientific, but it's a useful concept that as soon as you read it, you think, oh yes,
Yeah.
it captures a lot of social reality and change in society.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I've got a colleague here at Exeter who works a lot on this, who's an ecologist, Kevin Gaston. So I've been talking to him about this quite a lot. Steve and I had a nice lunch with him down in Cornwall by the sea. So
I've got a book. He co-edited a book, co-authored a book on biodiversity that I cite.
Right. Yeah, he's very good at sort of looking over the parapet of his own discipline. He really sort of gets it.
Yeah, I've seen he'd done a sort of a popular book on biodiversity loss.
Yeah, that's right. It's sort of introductory book.
It's quite intriguing, biodiversity loss, because I read a huge amount on it, and it's quite hard to find exactly what's wrong with it. I mean, everyone agrees it's wrong, but they're often, like on the IPCC and climate, they often list health impacts, and
yes.
People are much less specific. So clearly it is wrong, and health was one of the factors, and destroying the capacity for discovering new medicines and so on.
Yes,
And they were just kind of more vague and less forthcoming. I wanted to be able to hit people with lots of concrete facts.
Yeah. That's part of the conversation we had over our lunch was about exactly that, actually. How can we do better?
Hello, hi, can you hear me? Hi, Catriona. It's nice, really nice to meet you. I have a very strange echo now. Let me try to fix this.
It is very echoey, yeah.
Now it's better. No, the echo is still operating the process. I have to switch off.
You should.
My mic is switched off.
I don't know.
Let me stop also this. It's better now. Yes.
That's better.
It's finished, right? Can you hear me? May I ask you for a quick feedback? Okay. In a minute, we are able to start again. I see the colleagues that are entering again into this room. And as soon as we completed the entrance procedures, we can go further. We can start actually. There you go, please. Eduardo, Gianluigi, qui. Okay, gonna start. Okay, welcome. Oh, c'è questa? Vieni qua, fammi vedere. Non capisco. Okay, this is just to double check that you can hear me appropriately, since we are going to start with this our third section, which is also the last one. I'm in mute. No, I'm not. I'm not in mute. I'm using my own computer for being in touch, in a sense, with the audience. And in the meantime, I do hope that the person which are online are able to follow me, right? Catriona, can you hear me, right? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, now we are going to start with our third and last section of our workshop. The title is Ethical Implication of Climate Change, and the purpose is really clear so far to the audience, to the entire participants. As Professor Palombella and Professor Kitty already mentioned in their inauguratory and preliminary speech, we are a pretty composed group who is catering lawyers, several, let's say, several specific areas of law studies, and philosophers, being or meaning for philosopher, moral philosopher, and political philosophers. This is the last. As Hegel was used to say, this is the last part. So philosophers are used to jump into the picture pretty at the end. So at the end of the day, in a sense, and we are at the end of our section. This is just to say that we are really glad to contribute to the sustainability group articulated around a pioneering idea by Professor Gianluigi Panandella, by the way. And this group is going to host and to offer to you a piece of, let's say, of academic research in ethical/political theory. The common umbrella of the session that you are going to listen to and hopefully to discuss together with us might be highlighted into the role of subjects beyond the role of institutional bodies. So far, we listened to the role of institutional bodies, the role of courts, the role of legal subjects. Now is the turn of subjects in flesh and bodies, in a sense, which are individuals, groups, and political actors. This will be what we are going to host in this part. Let me just stress by leaving the floor to the first two speakers, so because we are going also to explore a two-voice paper, which is the first one delivered by Professor Catriona McKinnon and Professor Gardiner. And let me just stress the fact that in the following section, we are going to host some of the most important protagonists of the entire philosophical debate related to this issue. So, in a sense, if we are here, is also a result of the fact that they started the debate that we are going to develop, to enhance, and to describe, to proceed and re-articulate. And this is the case first for Professor Gardiner. We are really glad to have also the opportunity to host a contribution written in four hands by Stephen Gardiner and Catriona McKinnon. And this is the case for Fabian Schuppler and Simon Caney. Let me just leave the floor to Catriona McKinnon and Professor Gardiner, just by mentioning that Catriona McKinnon is Professor of Political Theory at the University of Exeter. She is an expert of environmental ethics with particular focus on its intergenerational dimension. And together with Stephen Gardiner, widely worked on ethics, justice, and legitimacy of geoengineering. So in this sense, their topic might be related to the previous one. Just to mention a couple of her books, Liberalism and the Defense of Political Constructivism, Climate Change and Future Justice, and Toleration, a Critical Introduction. Let me just introduce also Professor Gardiner by mentioning that Professor Gardiner is Professor of Philosophy
and Bean Rabinowitz, endowed professor of human dimension of the environment at the University of Washington in Seattle. He's an expert on ethical theory, worldwide known, and political philosophy and environmental ethics. He has written extensively on climate change and future generation. Let me just mention his most and discuss a book, A Perfect Moral Storm, The Ethical Tragedy of Climate Change. And he's also co-editor of Climate Ethics, Essential Readings, and Virtue Ethics, Old and New, to conclude with the ethics of geoengineering and the global climate, justice, legitimacy, and governance. Okay, we are really glad to have you here, and the floor is yours, starting from the title. Blinding future generations to the injustice we inflict to them, manufactured intergenerational forget. So please, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Alberto. Can I just check that you can hear me fine? You can see the slides okay?
Just a second. Just a second. Okay, please.
Okay, so thank you for the introduction. I just need to check that you can hear me fine and see the slides. Can you also see Steve and I? It's unclear whether you can see us or you're just seeing the slides. I can't hear you, Alberto, I'm afraid. Okay, so I got a thumbs up from Alex. So I'm going to assume all is well, and we'll start. So thank you, Alberto, for that introduction, and for the invitation to speak at this event. And we're sorry that we can't be there in person. We've got quite a packed schedule this week. In part because this is the last week of a grant from the Leverhulme Trust, which has enabled Steve and I to work together on this paper and another one. And we're sort of at the end of our time where we're presenting the work that we've done together in various venues, so we're quite congested. So we're grateful to the Leverhulme Trust for their support in doing this work, and we're also grateful to the University of Reading, which is where I was when we initially got the grant, and the University of Exeter, which is where I work now, and which has hosted Steve over the last few weeks. So the title of our paper is On Blinding Future Generations to the Injustices We Inflict Upon Them. And I want to start by giving a sketch of what we're going to do in the talk and what we do in the paper. So we make 4 key points in the paper as follows. So the first point we're going to talk to is that there are ethically important ways, we think, in which generations can fail to know things about their own circumstances. And we identify 2 buckets of these ethically important ways of not knowing, which we call generational ignorance and generational forgetting. So we're going to talk about those and the relationship between them a little bit. Then we're going to talk briefly about evidence that seems to be accumulating from ecology and conservation science, which shows that generational forgetting is manifest in what's known as shifting baselines for judging environmental quality. And we're going to talk through that concept and what might be the cause, according to some scientists, of shifting baselines. We're then going to turn to what we take to be our key focus of concern, which is generational blinding. And we see generational blinding as forgetting and ignorance that's imposed on a generation, objectionably imposed on a generation by those that came before. So this is the domain of intergenerational ethics and intergenerational justice, which we think is very interesting and deserves more attention. And at the end of the talk, we're going to talk about the relationship between generational blinding as an intergenerational wrong and epistemic injustice. And I'll talk a bit later about what that is, but there was a flourishing literature and philosophy, ethics and political philosophy around this category of injustice related to knowing and experiencing and interpretation. And there are some relationships between what we say about generational blinding and epistemic injustice, which we think are quite interesting and worth commenting on. So the take home of our argument is that moral and political philosophers, we think, should pay much more attention to generational blinding as a potential domain of severe intergenerational injustice. And so that's the sort of overall take home for our paper. Over to Steve for the next slide, if I can just manage to click through.
So we begin with generational ignorance. And for us, generational ignorance is when a generation does not know important things about its circumstances. And to illustrate that, a paradigm case of generational ignorance for us would be where a generation is ignorant of important events in its history as a result of previous generations rewriting history books to hide past injustice it has inflicted on others.
So generational ignorance is a very broad category, and we're particularly interested in generational forgetting as a subset of, as a type of generational ignorance. So let me talk a little bit about what generational forgetting involves. So generational forgetting involves a generation failing to know important things about its circumstances that earlier generations knew. And we describe generational forgetting. That's quite a broad description of it, and that's a deliberately broad description of it. I think there are a few features it's worth noting about generational forgetting at the outset, and a lot of these relate to the important thing to note that generational forgetting is not an all or nothing, black or white affair. So we think that generational forgetting can be patchy. So it can be the case that a generation fails to know important things about its circumstances with respect to one domain and not with respect to another domain. So the example we give on the slide is that a generation may be positioned to make accurate intergenerational comparison of gains in health, but inaccurate comparisons with respect to species abundance. We think generational forgetting can be what we call lumpy. So it can be more concentrated in a particular generation on, let's say, more disadvantaged subsets and groups in that generation than with respect to advantaged groups. So you can have a sort of different distribution of forgetting within a particular generation. We think it can happen fast or slow, and it can be gradual or sudden. We think it can be partial or, in some cases, full. And we think that there may be instances in which generational forgetting is reversible, right? So perhaps a generation that has noticed that it's in a state or a process of forgetting is then in a position to do something about that, right? And to reverse the processes of forgetting. And in terms of the sort of types of, let me skip back to the bullet point before that, sorry. As I mentioned, sort of indicated, gestured at the beginning, we talk about generational forgetting at this stage of the work in quite broad terms. We think it can relate to all sorts of knowledge, experience, and interpretation of various domains, so environmental, social, political, cultural, economic conditions. We're going to try and pull out, as we move through, environmental examples in particular, and kind of gesture towards where there is discussion of climate in the literature, given the topic of the conference. And we think that there are two broad sort of buckets of generational forgetting. We call these forgetting the good times. So this is when a generation has forgotten the previous generations were in circumstances that are better than the circumstances that generation finds itself in, and forgetting the bad times. So this is when a generation fails to register the fact that its circumstances are better than those of generations that went before. So forgetting can relate to both these types of knowledge.
So we can identify in general terms some ethical worries about generational forgetting and also generational ignorance. One general worry is that a generation that has forgotten either the good times or the bad times risks delusion, complacency, and being impeded in its efforts to improve its circumstances. This might be for instrumental reasons, so there might be an instrumental badness of generational forgetting because it makes action to reverse degradation less likely. Could also be for non-instrumental reasons. So non-instrumental badness of generational forgetting might include impacts on people's status as knowers of and communicators about their own worlds, because that will be undermined, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later.
Okay, great. So let's turn to what we take to be a core case of generational forgetting. And this originates in literature on conservation and is referred to standardly now in that literature as shifting baseline syndrome. So it had its sort of earliest origins in discussion around a sort of phenomenon that was noticed in fisheries. But if you'll see on the slide the list of domains in which scientific literature on shifting baseline syndrome is starting to accumulate. And indeed, for many ecologists and conservation scientists, shifting baseline syndrome as a case of generational forgetting is one of the greatest barriers to conservation and renewal of biodiversity and environmental quality. So what is shifting baseline syndrome according to these literatures? Well, the thing that's been noticed in these works is that over time, the baselines that are used to judge environmental quality shift to reflect the current experience of those using the baselines. So you get this kind of evolution, this change of baselines for judging the goodness or badness, to put it crudely, of environmental quality over time. And a consequence of this, as baselines shift iteratively and in the face of environmental degradation, is that environmental losses go unnoticed. And this could be with respect to the severe depletion of fisheries. It can be with respect to forests. There's evidence, a study that was done in Alaska that relates that shows that there's a generational difference between older and younger members of particular Alaskan communities with respect to noticing environmental degradation caused by climate change. There's some recent work that's been done as well that suggests that this sort of conception, the baseline for what counts as a normal temperature range, looks like it's shifting over time as well, which could have serious consequences for the extent to which any generation is well placed to take climate seriously and act on it in the way we know is necessary. So what causes shifting baseline syndrome? There was some work in the literature on this. There's a really excellent paper by Soga and Gaston in 2018, which identifies a few causes of shifting baseline syndrome. One really important one, we think, is what's again come to be known in this literature as the extinction of experience. So this is a phenomenon whereby the extent to which people, and in particular children, have direct nature experiences, direct experiences with the non-human world, if you like, these experiences are sort of shrinking and shrinking over time, with the result that the baselines that children acquire and then grow up to have and to pass on to their own children are shifting iteratively in ways that make environmental degradation and loss go unnoticed. Yeah, so over to Steve to talk about generational blinding.
So generational blinding happens when the objectionable conduct of earlier generations initiates, sustains, and encourages processes of forgetting or ignorance in later generations. And one of the concerns here is that earlier generations have great power to manufacture blindness in their successors. And there's a great potential for them to abuse that power. Indeed, at the limit, generational blinding might render the past and the narrative of history completely opaque to their successors. And so it's a mechanism through which a generation can equip itself to tell stories about its conduct, which mask its own failings. Examples of mechanisms of generational blinding include the most obvious of withholding data from the future or falsifying history, but they also involve less obvious mechanisms such as spotlighting certain kinds of generational conduct while ignoring or backgrounding other kinds. And they can also include strategies of misdirection, of attributing responsibility to other agents outside of one's own generation, for example.
Right. So in the paper, we identify two core cases of generational blinding, which are not sort of directly related to environment and climate at first sight, at least. In the next slide, we have another couple of cases which speak more directly to those concerns. But as I said a few minutes ago, we think the domain of generational forgetting and of blinding can include political, cultural experience and knowledge. So our first core case from the paper is the erasure of people from landscapes. So Vikings who migrated into what's now Northern England brought with them many of their terms, and these terms still colour the landscape. And in doing that, they displaced the language and experience of Anglo-Saxons who came before them, who themselves had done the same to many ancient Britain names. So there's a sort of cultural sort of identity-related erasure of people from landscapes that we can see here happening down the generations as a result of the conduct of earlier generations. The other example here, and I'm taking this quote from a book by Jonathan Lear, which explores different dimensions of ethical questions around the cultural extinction of the Crow tribes. So the Crow are a Native American tribe who suffered at the hands of the US government, particularly in the 1850s, when they were moved onto a reservation and found their wild horses taken from them and the buffalo disappearing, and many of the, well, if all actually of the sort of pillars of their way of life disappeared for them. And there's a quote, Lear quotes from a book by Pretty Shields, who is a Crow and a Crow elder granddaughter, and the picture on the slide is actually a picture of Pretty Shield. And here's what she said. We think this sort of illustrates both from the perspective of a person living through an episode of generational blinding, and with respect to those who come after the blinded generation. We think this quote is really useful. So Pretty Shield, her granddaughter says, would lament, "I'm living a life I don't understand. Why has this thing come upon us? Now we are made to say yes and no. When the white man comes to us, we just naturally say yes. We are not obligated to take what he has, but my children, my grandchildren are always right there to say, yes, we'll do it, we'll do it. They seem to like to do it. They seem to like what they see. I feel like I'm losing my children to this new world of life that I don't know."
So two other core cases that we use in the paper are related to urban green spaces and the place of children in nature. So under urban green spaces, we discuss how urban planning that makes no room for green spaces severely restricts the opportunities available to future city dwellers to directly experience nature, and that this is often exacerbated for people already suffering socioeconomic disadvantage and can indeed compound existing injustices. And this is something that's discussed in the environmental literature. Similarly, another thing that's discussed in the environmental literature is the way that regulators and policymakers often sanitize children's experiences of nature in ways that conform to health and safety norms. And children with these limited experiences then tend to become parents who have low levels of tolerance of risks to their own children, which further limits direct experiences of nature beyond those sanitized spaces, because the natural world is perceived to be too dangerous a place for nature. Sorry, for children.
Okay, so those are 4 core cases of generational blinding that we point to in the paper. I want to turn now for the remainder of the talk to discussing the relationship between generational blinding and what's come to be known in the philosophical literature as epistemic injustice. So on our account of it, generational blinding relates to knowledge, experience, interpretation, and there is also a thriving literature on justice-related issues to do with knowledge, interpretation, experience, etc. So at first sight, it might, if you have knowledge of that literature on epistemic injustice, which has done a lot of work and has sort of come out of a lot of feminist traditions of thinking, a first thought might be, well, what, is there some really close relationship between generational blinding and epistemic injustice? So we think it's quite important to sort of clarify, or at least take steps towards clarifying what we think that relationship might be and what we think it isn't. So there are 2 types of, at least, so let me backtrack a minute. So Miranda Fricker is a philosopher who I guess has done most in recent years to articulate a distinctive vision of epistemic injustice. And she identifies 2 types of epistemic injustice. One she calls testimonial injustice. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that now. And then the second type of epistemic injustice she's interested in, she calls hermeneutical injustice. So we'll turn to that in a moment. Starting with testimonial injustice, what is this for Miranda Fricker? Well, on her view, a person who's suffering from this injustice can't convey the knowledge they have as a result of their disadvantaged status in what she calls the credibility economy. So there is something about that person who knows something and wants to communicate what they know that places them, gives them a disadvantaged place in the credibility economy, and means that they are not positioned to convey the knowledge they have. So, for example, the example she uses is that reports of racial harassment made to the police by a Black person might not be believed because the person is Black. And for that reason are disadvantaged in the credibility economy when that's embedded in a racist social structure. So what's the relationship between blinding and generational blinding and testimonial injustice? Well, we think that in some cases, generational blinding can give rise to this kind of testimonial injustice, which relates to the communication of knowledge. So, for example, we think it's common for elders and indigenous tribes to, as we saw in the case of Pretty Shield, to complain that the traditional knowledge which has been passed down to them by their predecessors is both undervalued in the wider world, so it's not that they're disadvantaged in communicating that, and is also undervalued within their own communities, especially by the young, which is a sort of compounding feature of the injustice that they already suffer. So we think there's some relationship between, there can be some relationship between generational blinding and testimonial injustice.
So the second kind of epistemic injustice that we talk about in the paper, we call social locational injustice, where we understand that as a form of epistemic injustice that undermines our efforts to make sense of the world and our place in it. So, for example, those suffering from this form of injustice might struggle to locate themselves accurately, socially and historically. They might form a skewed or inappropriate sense of who they are, and they might develop compromised understandings of the meaning and significance of central parts of their own experience. And here we have in mind something of a parallel to Robert Nozick's famous example of the experience machine, where you're asked to consider how your life would be if you plugged into, or were forced to plug into a machine that that was a virtual reality machine, we would call it these days, that gave you exclusively good experiences. And so from a certain point of view, might seem to give you a good life. But Nozick doesn't think that it gives you a good life, thinks we should object. And one of the reasons, we think there are several, but one of the reasons might involve social locational injustice. So consider what Nozick himself says objecting to the machine. He says plugging into an experienced machine limits us to a man-made reality, to a world no deeper or more important than that which people can construct. And he goes on, perhaps what we desire is to live, an active verb, ourselves in contact with reality.
So, so that's the name that we currently have for the injustice which is caused by generational blinding. So let me talk a little bit now about the relationship between social locational injustice, as we're calling it, and Fricke's second category of epistemic injustice, which is hermeneutical injustice. And Steve and I have sort of had a lot of back and forth about hermeneutical injustice and how social locational injustice relates to it. And part of the trouble we've had with respect to Miranda Fricke's use of that term, at least, is that she uses it in several ways. And there isn't really, you know, the phrase hermeneutical doesn't strike us as having a very settled meaning. So it sometimes refers to particular historical traditions of political philosophy, and then in other places she uses it in a different way. So what we've done is sort of take her self-described final definition of hermeneutical injustice and consider how that relates to generational blinding. So her final definition is the injustice of having some significant area of one's social experience obscured from the collective understanding owing to a structural identity prejudice in the collective hermeneutical resource. And just to sort of give you a quick way into what that means, she gives us a sort of paradigm example. A woman in the 1950s suffering sexual harassment, say on a daily basis from her boss, and feeling a sort of, you know, a sense that this isn't right, that there is something wrong, having a sense of unease. But because of the structural identity prejudices against women and the collective hermeneutical resource, there's no sort of way in which she can structure that experience in a way that makes sense to her, and then puts her in a position to testify, right, to communicate about that injustice that she's suffering. So that's the way in which hermeneutical injustice for Fricke differs from testimonial injustice. In testimonial injustice, the speaker, the agent, has a clear sense of what it is they want to convey, that the resources are there. So what's the relationship between, if any, between generational blinding and that version of epistemic injustice as hermeneutical injustice? Well, in Fricke's account of it, what's doing the work here is this idea of structural identity prejudice, right? That there are particular, there are groups and people with particular identities who are disadvantaged in the political, economic, and social structures of their circumstances in such a way that they are the collective hermeneutical resource doesn't enable them to name the injustice that they suffer from. And we think because these structural identity prejudices and the disadvantages that they track, the sort of power and resource disadvantages that they track, these are very often and can be baked into the basic structure of societies and replicated down the generations and replicated down time. So we think for that reason that that there are some instances in which generational blinding can produce hermeneutical injustice. So a disadvantaged group can be made blind to the history, for example, of its unjust treatment. And as a result of that, that helps to perpetuate the very structures, we think, that visit that hermeneutical injustice on it. So there are some cases in which we think generational blinding can map onto and perpetuate hermeneutical injustice.
Yes, but we also think that our social locational injustice is wider, at least, than Fricker's final definition of hermeneutical injustice. We do think she sometimes uses the phrase.
Stephen, sorry for interrupting. I was trying to intervene before. Sorry. Just to say that your time is, in a sense, pretty concluded. So if you would like to go towards the conclusion in a few minutes.
Okay.
Sorry.
So let me just say here then that we think social locational injustice is wider than Fricker's final definition, and we can discuss that more later if needed.
Thank you.
Thanks indeed.
Alberto, I can't hear you, I'm afraid.
Can you hear me, by the way?
I can now, yeah.
No, well,
yeah.
Let me apologize again. So I didn't suspect that when I intervened, this was your penultimate slide. So please apologize again. You're perfectly on time. Okay, now the floor is open. Thanks indeed for your brilliant presentation. Let me just stress a point. This is really a point of excellence and a point of example also for young scholars. The fact that the two experienced scholars decided to work together in presenting and constructing a so let me say well-constructed paper and two hands or four hands paper. So really interesting and really insightful. Personally, I have some issues, but of course I have to put myself in the latter position. So the floor is open. I see perhaps anyone who is, well, Fabienne, please, the floor is yours then to start.
Is it me? Can you hear me?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay,
sure, Fabienne,
perfect.
the floor is yours.
First of all, thank you very much for the really interesting paper. So I really enjoyed that. And there's obviously lots of interesting stuff to pick up on, including the relationship between social locational injustice and hermeneutical injustice. But I first want to talk about a more general point about generational forgetting. I wasn't quite sure from your presentation whether you think generational forgetting is a phenomenon we only observe in very particular circumstances. So it's something which is always problematic whenever it happens. Or is it more the case that there's certain cases of generational forgetting you find particularly problematic? So one of the reasons I ask is, in your definition, if I read your slides quickly enough and was able to take notes quickly enough, you talked about important things about one's circumstances that one forgets, but you didn't really necessarily tell me, I think, what the important things are. And there are all sorts of things we forget about our circumstances as time passes. So I was wondering whether you could say a little bit more about that, between, you know, everyday trivial forgetting that might happen with quite large scale social changes as well. So think about how different we are from our grandparents' generation. But that doesn't seem to be the case that you're most interested in. There seem to be very particular features. And I wanted to find out more about these very particular features, because presumably, we have a wrong picture of how things developed even in the last 150 years on a certain level, but that doesn't seem to be problematic necessarily from the point of view that you were talking about. Thanks.
Thanks indeed, Fabienne. Perhaps we can, I don't know if we can collect some other issues coming from the audience. In the chat, there is one, yes. Oh, good. There are more than one. The two last one are by Stefano Porfi. No. The very last one is, can you, from Alex Putzer, can your thesis be used as an additional explanation for the motivational gap? And if you don't mind, perhaps may I add my question, my issue as well, in order to conclude. I don't know if someone other would like to intervene. I have two questions basically, but I would limit my question to the first one. Well, let me thank you again for this very insightful paper. I'm just stressing a possible risk. This is what I would like to call the risk of normalization. Starting from your very insightful preliminary part, my point is, are you implicitly offering a sort of a subtle argument related to the people that are assuming that this is a normal process related to the history of our planet? So we don't have any possibility to keep the living memory as an active mean for contrasting some systemic issues. Therefore, we have just and only a sort of a geological argument. So we can reconstruct what happened, but we don't have a sort of living memory. We don't have an anthropological possibility of maintaining, operating a living memory which is able to trigger different avenues, different paths of action. So this is not opening the floor, in a sense, to such a kind of slippery slope. This is my point. Thanks indeed, and in advance.
Should we answer the questions, Alberto?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah. Maybe starting with Fabian's comment, which I think is spot on. So thank you for that. And I think you have, you're quite right that in our definition of generational forgetting, we don't specify or attempt to kind of give a definition of what the important things are, right? And clearly there will be all sorts of cases of generational forgetting, which perhaps are just not very interesting, or from an ethical point of view, or just don't matter, right? I mean, what we were trying to do with the core cases is isolate which are cases of forgetting that have been imposed on a generation. We were trying to kind of isolate some sort of key domains and types and important things that have been forgotten by generations, as a way of sort of starting to open up that conversation, right? I mean, so in the paper we don't have a sort of section on, and the important things for this definition are X, Y, and Z, and I'm not sure when we work further on this, we will even get to having something that specific. I think the sort of core case methodology it seems a bit preferable. I'll hand over to Steve in a minute, see if he's got anything to add. But just to say, for the purposes of this conference, I think it's clear that forgetting about environmental, not failing to notice environmental degradation as a result of generational forgetting is clearly extremely worrying from the point of view both of sort of conservation efforts, but also climate impacts, right? That there's evidence accumulating already that younger generations just fail to see this, right? They just don't. So I think for that reason. Okay. Steve, do you want to add to that, or
only in a very small way? So Fabian, you're right, we don't give an account of the important here, and that's deliberate, really, because that would take us further afield, and it would also perhaps not be in keeping with the general aim of the paper, which is to suggest that generational forgetting and generational blinding are things that ought to be of concern in moral and political philosophy, regardless of different accounts of what constitutes the important, right? So if we just jumped in and said, here's our account of what, you know, the important is, then suddenly we'd be in a substantive debate within moral and political philosophy about that. And we didn't want to do that, at least yet, right? We wanted to invite other people to come in and talk with us about forgetting and blinding, and potentially from different normative backgrounds.
And then there was the question from Alex about the motivational gap and whether we're, so I'm going to try and interpret that question, and Alex, if I get it wrong, you can put me right. So is the thought, are you alluding to some of the comments we make about how forgetting can cause delusion and complacency in generations with respect to the improvement of the, right, thumbs up, good, with respect to the improvement of their own circumstances? I mean, we think that's certainly possible. I think that the what causes generations, subsets of generations and individuals to become motivated to take action to improve their circumstances and limit losses environmentally, I think that's a really complex set of questions there. And what we're not attempting to do here, and we wouldn't want to say, is, well, look, if we could just, you know, stem this forgetting, then we, you know, we'd have solved the motivational problem. I think this is going to be part of the story. Probably in most cases. Maybe there are some cases in which it isn't part of the story. You know, it's possible that, you know, there might be cases in which generational remembering actually causes, you know, and that sort of appreciation of the magnitude of the loss causes people to, you know, enter a state of kind of overwhelmed despair and become demotivated in that way. So we can imagine those sorts of cases. But yeah, so I think this is going to be part of the story, but it's a very complicated set of things go into that. Steve?
Yes, that sounds good to me. I mean, one of the things that struck us, one of the examples was, you know, younger generation scientists who work on climate change and do field work. There seems to be a gap in their assessment of how bad the situation is compared to older scientists who've been working on the same kinds of field work for much longer. They're much more concerned about what's going on, which was a striking empirical conclusion that you wouldn't have, I at least wouldn't have guessed in advance.
Steve, do you want to start on Alberto's question about the risk of normalization? And
no, you go ahead.
Do you want me to? So I think I'm not sure I'm getting this right, Alberto, but was your worry, was your question about, you know, what the strategy of our paper is, right? So I don't think we don't see ourselves as trying to sort of engage with and take head on some sort of school of thought whereby you know, the claim is that, you know, ultimately remembering is impossible, or total forgetting is inevitable, right? I'm not sure that school of thought exists, and it certainly wasn't what we had in mind in writing the paper. And I may be getting your question wrong. I mean, what we wanted to do here is really just open up a conversation in intergenerational ethics and thinking about intergenerational justice in the first instance, about these kinds of processes as ethically important and ethically interesting, because it strikes us that these have not had the kind of attention that other issues in intergenerational justice and ethics have had. And we think there are some important things here, right? So our sort of the strategy of this paper is really to sort of do that, and to start to provide some sort of a sort of ethically informed framework for thinking about things like shifting baseline syndrome as an example of generational forgetting. I'm sorry if that doesn't construe your question accurately, Alberto.
No, it's completely fine to me. And discussion can get longer, but I don't know if Stephen would like to insert a final remark on this question, just to going to conclude.
I'd actually be more interested in hearing your response, Alberto, to Katrina, if you have one.
Okay, if I may, very quickly. No, but okay, in a minute. I found really interesting and seminal the phenomenology of blinding that you raised and you articulated. Also the phenomenology of ignorance that you articulated. The implicit risk, or the slippery slope, I try to say in these words, in these terms, is the following. A climate change skeptic might say, okay, look, also those scholars that are in favor of embracing strong countermeasures against climate change are in a sense saying, okay, we have to raise a white flag towards the fact that we can't remember anything. We can keep a living and active and triggering memory towards facts that happened and that might trigger new launch for and new motivations for new political paths. This is a sort of hidden angle, I do think. But again, now I don't want to stress further this point, since I'm really interested also in going more in depth about single hermeneutical injustice, epistemic injustice, testimonial injustice, and social location injustice. But this is not the case now. But still, I don't know if you see this point or not. Going to conclude, since we have going to conclude. I don't know if I was clear in raising this.
I think that's really helpful, Alberto. I think so. So I guess this is a question around maybe two things, right? So one, what gets remembered, right? What's the sort of, how do we, maybe this relates to something to what Fabian said at the beginning as well. How do we isolate, you know, and identify what the important domains or clusters of things are that are ethically concerning? And I guess there's a question that I suppose as well about the sort of temporal span of ethically important forgetting, right? So, you know, how far back do we go with this, right? You know, is there a point at which perhaps the sort of statute of limitations for forgetting and blinding, maybe, I don't know, at some point, you know, we have to accept that either forgetting is inevitable, or if it's not inevitable, it's no longer of ethical concern. Maybe, yeah, maybe. And also maybe looking forward about what the consequences politically of remembering particularly all that we've lost might be, right? And how that might cause us to weigh, for example, action on climate change perhaps to give it less priority than we think it ought to have now, right? If we start remembering all of these other domains of loss, there's a risk there, I think, as you put it at the beginning of your comment, there's a risk that we could actually, an unintended consequence of this could be maybe a downplaying of our existing priorities. I think that's all really interesting. Yeah.
Just one brief thing, and I apologize if you can hear someone start drilling upstairs. So my apologies if you can hear that. One point I would make about the idea of a statute of limitations. I'm not sure about that, because I think some forms of knowledge, particularly around social locational things, some of the important things might be extremely long-term, like knowing things about the evolution of humans on the earth seem, to be important to understand, what it is to be a human being now living on this planet seems an important part of how we think about our identity and place in history and time more generally. And of course, a lot of that is a very, very long time ago. So I would be cautious about statute of limitations language, even if, even around blindings, if a generation 1,000 years ago went to elaborate extent to hide our evolutionary origins from us, perhaps as part of some other, religious agenda or something, then I still think that would be a pretty serious injustice, even though it's a long time ago.
Thanks indeed, Stephen, and thanks again, Katrina. As I already said, we have done with this, but not with the rationale which is surrounding your paper. And thanks again for having enriched our discussion by presenting it in a provisional way, as far as I have understood by Katrina. This is the first time that you deliver this paper and discuss this paper. Thanks again, and. So we can move further then by hosting now the paper and the presentation by Fabienne Schuppert. Again, even Fabienne doesn't deserve any presentation. Let me just recall that Fabienne Schuppert is professor of political theory at the University of Potsdam, and he worked on social relational egalitarianism. And so this will be perhaps the focus on his paper. And among his publication, let me just recall to the colleagues, to the legal colleagues first for us, Freedom, Recognition and Non-Domination, a Republican Theory of Global Justice, and the co-editorship of Social Equality Essays, or What It Means to Be Equals. So Fabienne, thanks again for having accepted our invitation. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Alberto, for the very kind introduction and for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here, at least via Zoom or WebEx. I had intended to be in Pisa, actually, but I was informed that I had close contact with somebody who was tested positive for corona, so I was not allowed to leave the country, and it was better to self-isolate over here. So you will have to make do with my PowerPoint. I hope you can see it, but at least the screen behind Alberto seems to suggest that you see it full screen, so that's good. The talk of my title is Climate Transition, Feasibility, Discourses and Privilege, which means you can already tell from the title that I'm going to venture a little bit further from, let's say, hardcore analytical philosophy, trying to make neat distinctions and define terms perfectly, and rather move a little bit closer to the applied side, because one of the problems we have when we think about climate transition, when we think about the large-scale societal changes that will be necessary in order to tackle climate change, in order to protect the most vulnerable, that when you talk about these things, when you talk about climate transition, climate justice, fairness, you sooner or later start talking about feasibility. And of course, there are partially good reasons for that. We all know that the just or the perfect can be the worst enemy of the very good and the almost just. So there's, of course, an important debate to be had around whether we sometimes just need to move a little bit further away from the kind of normative ideals that we have in order to identify an option that is still a very good option, that is effective and in that way feasible. However, if you look at the actual policy discourses, if you look at lots of the literature more in political science, less so in philosophy, and in the environmental sciences, if you look at how the term feasibility is used, as a philosopher, you first might question whether feasibility is always the right word. I'm not going to engage with that debate here today. But you then could also question, if you don't want to criticize the usage of the term feasibility, you could criticize what really is meant by feasibility and what kind of normative status certain kinds of feasibility claims ought to have in our debate around what a just climate transition should look like, or something which at least resembles a just climate transition. So in that way, the two key questions that I try to address in the paper, and obviously also in the presentation now, is A, what does it mean for something to be feasible? I will very briefly refer to the fairly vast and always expanding literature on that, and then also talk about the proper place of feasibility, in particular vis-a-vis justice claims. So just to give you a very rough overview of what I want to do in the next 20 minutes, let's talk about different kinds of feasibility, as I said, just rehearsing the literature, or some key distinctions, then talk about the connection between certain feasibility claims, not all feasibility claims, but certain feasibility claims, and privilege. Then I will try to make a short pitch of why, in particular, when we talk about climate transition, we have good normative reasons to focus on addressing certain injustices, and I will say more about that later. And if that argument is not totally misguided and headed in the wrong direction, that also tells us something about situating feasibility. And that is where I hopefully will end in exactly 19.5 minutes, if I keep to the schedule. Right, so different kinds of feasibility. Now, you're all, of course, familiar with different kinds of feasibility claims. We can distinguish very roughly at least two different sorts of feasibility claims. One set of feasibility claims are so-called binary feasibility claims. So they are concerned with something which is objective probability, whether that is something that we have in many cases is a separate debate, but really there it's about a black and white answer. Either something is feasible, which means it's not possible, or it is feasible, but maybe not particularly possible. So what this really refers to is if something is infeasible, it means the probability is zero of the event coming about. So if we talk about the feasibility of me being able to run a 100-meter sprint in 5 seconds, that's clearly not feasible, at least not if I don't use some kind of technological means which allow me to, I don't know, be 4 times as fast as I really am, or something like that. So their binary feasibility is in the climate ethics and climate justice literature, normally not the kind of feasibility claims that we're particularly interested in. It quite often is used mainly in debates in political science and climate science around technological solutions. Now, we could problematize that as well, because quite often actually when we talk about technological feasibility, we're not talking about binary feasibility claims. So if obviously this morning we had a very interesting paper on solar geoengineering. If you take something like that, yes, there's a debate around what kind of actions might be feasible, but we're never really talking about the kind of fixed zero probability statements, but rather we're talking about, is it feasible in a more socially mediated sense, in a sense of maybe also factoring in economic costs, social costs, other kinds of externalities, costs to nature, these kind of things. And that's where we already are in the second group, which is a group of feasibility statements that the vast majority of climate ethicists focus on, namely what could be called socially mediated feasibility claims. And that's a whole range of feasibility claims which operate partially in very different ways, but roughly, just to group them together, not to spend too much time on that, you could label it social or political or economic or social, political and economic feasibility. And I just mentioned a couple of papers here, which are also then on the last slide. So Holly Lofford-Smith, for instance, has done really interesting work on feasibility. One of the papers together with Pablo Gilabert, or Emily McTurnan has written an interesting paper on how actually what we know in terms of people's preferences and how social sciences work. We should be quite careful to use feasibility constraints as feasibility claims as something which they are often labeled in the debate, namely feasibility constraints. Now, when philosophers get together and sit in their armchairs and discuss, when we talk about constraints, that's something which is really something quite serious that you should factor into your deliberations. So for instance, if you think about morally right actions, the basic rights of people are really kinds of constraints on what you are morally permitted to do. If you think about feasibility claims, that's precisely what we normally have. We talk about claims, statements about this or that fact of the world, and whether that really is an indisputable fact is another question, makes it less likely that policy A is going to be successful. Those are not constraints in that strong philosophical sense. So that is one of the reasons why I will talk about feasibility claims always. If, like I just did a minute or so ago, by accident slip into the language of feasibility constraints, please tell me afterwards and I shall apologize for it and say what I meant is feasibility claims. So this paper, unsurprisingly, focuses on B. There are many problems with claims made in the B category, but I only want to look at one particular subset of feasibility claims, which I will explain in a minute. In general, when we deal with feasibility claims from the B category, we are well advised to look carefully at the reasons given for each feasibility claim. Who are the people that bring these feasibility claims to the table? Who do they apply to? And if you have been wondering why I've been talking about different kinds of feasibility for the last 5 minutes, and there's a man in a top hat in the picture on the right, it's because I'm going to talk about privilege next, because depending what your position is, if you're sitting in a large garden in front of your beautiful estate, you might have a different view what is feasible or infeasible from somebody who's in quite different circumstances. And that has a lot to do with where we are socially positioned, where we're spatially positioned, and also, even though I'm not going to talk a lot about that, but just because it came up in the last paper, of course, as well, there's a dimension there in terms of your epistemic framing as well, your understanding of the world and the kind of categories that you think in. And maybe that's something we can talk more about in the discussion, because obviously the debate around just climate transition is dominated by people living in the so-called global north, and that has lots of knock-on effects in terms of the kind of futures that we can imagine, that we're willing to imagine, and that we deem to be feasible. And that's another debate that we could really spend a lot of time on discussing these issues, because there are lots of structural issues in how the just transition discourse works in general. So the kind of feasibility claims that I'm interested in this paper is just a small subset, but I think an important subset. And those are feasibility claims which, when we look closer at them, seem to be connected to certain instances of privilege. And how do we identify that? Well, first of all, most feasibility claims, well, basically all feasibility claims, have a certain relationship to the status quo, because the status quo is really important. And here, of course, we could also talk about generational and intergenerational forgetting, because if we take the status quo as a neutral baseline, so to speak, from which to start, we might be blind to some of the losses, some of the changes that occurred in the past. We also might be blind to some of the injustices which led to the status quo where we are. And even if the status quo for our feasibility discourse is actually a status quo that lies in the past, so obviously in the climate debate, quite often we talk about baselines, 1990, for instance, Copenhagen, whatever it is, Still, whatever baseline is chosen, normally, at least on a trivial level, first of all, is the relevant baseline from which to start. So there's a status quo bias in that way, that you need to have a baseline against which you assess what is feasible and what is not feasible. And obviously, normally that's the status quo of where you live and at the time that you live and that you have the debate. And that seems to be, in the first instance, not particularly problematic because you need to have some kind of place from which to start. But it becomes quite often problematic, as I already just highlighted, when the status quo itself is maybe morally problematic because it either reproduces past injustices, or it came about because of lots of injustices, or it operates with a reduced epistemic worldview because we have been forgetting things in the past, because we're not taking into consideration losses that have already occurred. And that's really what I want to get at here, because the status quo in the context of climate change and most of the feasibility discourses that we have just isn't just. So climate change itself is in many ways a fairly serious and particular injustice, because it was caused primarily by people living in certain parts of the globe. The reason that certain mitigating measures that we could have taken weren't taken, or at least not to the degree that they could have been taken, has a lot to do with how global politics operate, with interests connected to money, power, influence, standard of living, and there are clear costs attached to that already. People are losing their lives and their livelihoods. Well, obviously not the same people. Some people die, other people lose their livelihoods already because of climate change. And at the same time, quite many privileged people living in the global north are not as strongly affected by that, not even close. So it might be that our garden looks a little bit less pretty in the summer because it's a bit dry and we're not allowed to use as much water as we want in certain areas. But that's really probably a quintessential definition of a first world problem. So what I try to get here is that quite many feasibility claims, if you look at the debate in political science, but also in the more applied discourses, whether it's around bioenergy use in Europe, whether it's about, in general, BECCS and why, of course, definitely in Europe, it's not okay to change anything with our agricultural setup. And there are apparently this vast, not properly used spaces, of course, in sub-Saharan Africa, where we should just start growing biocrops and carbon and invest into carbon capture and storage. You see that quite many of these arguments, the way they're presented, but also more everyday examples, why it's not okay to raise the price of CO2 to a certain level, why it's not okay to rule out certain high-emitting luxury activities. When you look at the arguments presented around that, which are quite often presented in the language of feasibility, it turns out that they might be based on the particular position, or at least partially based on the particular position that the speakers have, and that's a position of privilege. What is meant by privilege? It's a species of advantage conferred systematically to members of particular broadly identifiable groups. It's just like the concept of epistemic injustice, which we heard earlier about, the concept that really has benefited a lot from people working in feminist and anti-racist philosophy and theory, and now has been applied to the climate justice debate as well. And I think it here proves really helpful, because if you look at how privilege works, first of all, it distorts, of course, what certain agents might perceive to be feasible. But then because of how privilege works as a social advantage that normally goes hand in hand with different kinds of advantages, benefits, namely increased social recognition, an inflated epistemic authority and a quite widely socially accepted sense of entitlement, it also really shapes the just transition and the feasibility discourses. And that's the point that is really important to stress here. So normally we associate privilege with people who are better off in society. Precisely, they are privileged, but that privilege is something that is just conferred onto somebody because of their group membership, not because of something that they've done, not because of their particular properties or contributions to society. And if you, for instance, look, if you just open a newspaper and you look at who comments, for instance, on tax policy or foreign policy, you will see that sometimes people feature in the newspaper as important epistemic authorities, where if you look at your CV or what they actually do, you wonder, how did you get there? Why did anybody think you were the kind of person to talk about these issues? And that has a lot to do with the misfiring of social recognition, namely that we confer social recognition and epistemic authority in particular. So we take somebody to be particularly knowledgeable, particularly wise, particularly competent to comment on certain things based on not particularly good reasons. And one of the reasons that is particularly prominent there is that somebody, for instance, is economically successful. So somebody who's a successful businessman or businesswoman, of course, needs to know something about macroeconomic policy. And if you look at that more closely, you will find out that that's, of course, not necessarily the case. In fact, quite often just because you work in a certain area doesn't mean that you're also well placed to comment on it. Just think about different strands of society, the educational system. Not everybody who works at a university is probably best placed to talk about educational policy in general. You know something because you're a stakeholder, but that's not the same as having particularly great epistemic authority. And if you think about privilege, really, it goes hand in hand with a particular form of social recognition, too much social recognition, and quite often too much epistemic authority. And if you also look at the literature on privilege, you will see that what is interesting, and that's the only way that privilege really works, of course, is that it has become normal for other members of society to accept the position of the privileged, as having a certain kind of social advantage. And that means there's a socially accepted sense of entitlement. And all these are obviously really problematic because they influence then how the climate transition discourse works. So that's the...
Fabian, sorry for interrupting. This is just to say that your time is going to be concluded. So if you would like to conclude your point in 3-5 minutes.
Yeah, no, perfect. Yeah, I have a stopwatch here. So it's 21 minutes now, and I have, I think, 3.5 minutes left. So I'll be on time, I promise. As I already told you when I gave you the overview of the presentation, there's a second bit, so to speak, to the paper, which I'm going to rush through really quickly. And that is, if we know that there's an issue maybe around how justice claims work in the debate. I didn't say that much about that now, but that sometimes it's really difficult to work with ideal justice concepts in the context of a wicked, complex problem like climate change. If we know that there are lots of issues with feasibility, you might wonder what exactly is the upshot of throwing overboard that idea that the current baseline is neutral. And that's exactly what it says here on the slide. I think the first step is to identify existing injustices and do two things, namely look at how these existing injustices are tied to the problem at hand. So in particular, in the context of climate change, that is an issue. And secondly, look at how these existing injustices shape what is perceived to be feasible, so as to block certain avenues for necessary change. And if you do that, and if you shift actually the focus onto the injustices, it seems to be that we see quite quickly that it might be a better idea to first focus on addressing some of these injustices, minimizing these injustices, because they also shape, in turn, what we're talking about in terms of shaping the future. So you're kind of addressing two injustices in one go. You're addressing the existing injustices in the status quo, but you're also addressing the further added on injustice of how the discourse is shaped in unequal ways. And the upshot of that, of course, in terms of situating feasibility, and that's my last slide, is, as I already said earlier, I think there are two different claims. The first is, we know that already from the work by, of others. I mentioned Holly Lofford-Smith, but there are many others, that the vast majority of feasibility claims, because they're B category claims, they cannot be treated or should not be treated like hard constraints on available options, so that you first identify what's feasible and then you choose the least unjust option, so to speak. But if you look further at the B category claims, there are certain feasibility claims which operate with really questionable assumptions about the supposed neutrality of the status quo. And it seems that those we really need to problematize, and we need to take apart and uncover the injustices present in those particular feasibility claims if we at all want to have a chance at making the climate transition, which is inevitable and necessary, more just, or to say pessimistically, less unjust. And that's everything I have to say for now. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks indeed to you, Fabienne, and also thanks for your perfect timing in your presentation. Really, another really interesting paper and presentation. So I'm opening the floor now to anyone who would like to intervene. I see immediately a hand raised by Catriona. So Catriona, you have the floor first.
Yes. Thanks, Fabienne. I really love that paper. I think it's fantastic, and I'm really glad that you produced a paper that specifically does this with respect to issues around the just transition. I think that's really important. I just had a I guess a sort of offering, and I'd like to hear your feedback on this as well. So with respect to this sort of category B feasibility claims that relate to social, political and economic feasibility, I think sometimes when you sort of dig at those claims, you sort of uncover some, specious claims about human nature, right, and what people can and can't sacrifice, or are and aren't willing to do, right, and that sort of appeal, specious as it is to human nature, I think sometimes can really function as a sort of way of masking actually the sort of the privilege that's actually underlying these kinds of B-type feasibility claims. And for my view, for my money, I think David Eslin's stuff on this, on the role of human nature in political philosophy, is absolutely fantastic. And I wondered whether that's something that you would, whether A, you agree with what I've just said, and B, whether you'd sort of weave that aspect of it into what you're doing in the paper. Thanks.
Thanks indeed, Catriona. Fabienne, would you reply?
Sure, yes, I'm happy to. So first of all, thank you for your comment. I really appreciate that. I fully agree with you, is the short answer, in terms of, yes, quite often in those discourses, there are quite essentialist claims made around human nature, what humans can sacrifice or not, how humans also work in terms of maybe balancing short-term gains versus long-term prospects for future generations. And I have to admit, I haven't used David Eslin's work actually in that context. So in the paper, so there's a written version I only now used Emily McTurnan's paper on how social science works, how the social science claims that people make in these kind of discourses are problematic in terms of they present preferences in the wrong kind of way. But actually what you said is really, really helpful. So I definitely incorporate that, because that actually gels perfectly what I think on the issue, and it makes it even clearer that sometimes you have to peel back another layer first before you see the privilege underneath. So that's really, really helpful. Thanks.
Thanks indeed. Any other? Yes, Fausto Corvino. Take this floor, this microphone.
Hi, thank you, Fabian, for your interesting presentation. I have a very short question. What is your personal opinion about the carbon tax? I mean, the feasibility of the carbon tax, of taxing emissions that are not covered by the European trading system, for example?
Thank you, Fausto. I, of course, first of all, should thank you for your kind emails and bearing with me cancelling on the very last second. So in terms of the carbon tax, I think politically, it's probably not that feasible because of quite many interests at play by different players not to tax these kind of emissions. I think as such, in terms of actually, setting it up and implementing that kind of feasibility, I don't think that would be particularly problematic. I mean, if the political will was there. But I think that's obviously people in this panel who've written on that much more and much better things than I could ever say about it. But it's a problem of the political will more than anything else. And they are unfortunately quite pessimistic, I'm afraid, to put my cards on the table, but not because I don't agree with it, but because of the system in which we operate.
Thanks, Ade. Fabian, well, let me skip us for the moment an issue that I had, since we have some time constraint now, but let me thank you again for your paper and presentation. The issue about feasibility is really one at the center of any picture related to ethical and political issues for contrasting climate change. Thanks indeed. We can then move further by addressing the last paper and the last presentation as for today session, and the last presentation for our 2 days workshop. The presentation will be delivered by Simon Caney. Simon Caney is professor of political theory at Warwick University, and he was also he held the same chair at the Oxford University. He has written on global poverty, global distributive justice, human rights, sovereignty, global governance, and humanitarian intervention, among other topics. Simon Caney is author of very powerful and insightful essays in this context, in the context that we are going to discuss. Let me just recall one of his books for our for the law scholars, Justice Beyond Borders, a Global Political Theory, published by Oxford some years ago. So Simon, thanks again for having accepted our invitation, and the floor is yours. Simon, perhaps you are in mute? Would you please try again? Very mute. Now I'm trying to unmute being the organizer. Yes, now it's fine. Simon?
Yeah, sorry, I'm unfamiliar with this technology. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation. And sorry, I can't be there in person. Could I say two things in advance? So one is, would you mind giving me a warning 5 minutes before I'm supposed to finish? Because that helps me time it.
I will.
And
I will.
second thing is slightly unusual, but our family pet is a cat that has senile dementia, and he gets very bored when I talk to my computer, and occasionally he starts singing. So if that happens, I will have to do something, but that's just an advance warning. Okay. I'm not sure. Yeah. So the context is this. Tackling climate change requires really quite radical transformation of our societies. It requires for the overhaul of cities and towns and buildings. It calls for mass electrification, keeping fossil fuels in the ground. It calls for the deployment of renewables, probably a carbon tax of some kind, rethinking many of our social norms and cultural practices. And this requires an extensive reworking of the way that we currently live. And most of this requires concerted political action. If we're going to invest in renewables and clean technology, if we're going to redesign towns and cities, if we're going to have carbon taxes, we need changes in the legal system. So because of this, we also need an account of political responsibility. We need to know who has what political responsibilities, how much they or we are required to do. And this actually breaks down into a number of questions. Perhaps one of the most urgent ones is we need to know what the content is. So when people say, look, but you have a political responsibility to work towards a sustainable world, what kinds of actions come under that heading? Secondly, what kind of agents have these duties? Do they fall just on governments, or do they fall on universities or individuals or corporations? We need also to know which particular agents. So if individuals have these duties, as I believe they do all of them have them? And who should discharge which particular responsibilities? Finally, what's a fair distribution of any burdens involved in this political work? Somewhat surprisingly, political philosophers haven't said a huge amount on answering these questions. They focused on other questions. And we often get rather vague formulations such that we ought to change things, but that we is unhelpfully vague, or there ought to be structural change, put in the passive mood, but not who is going to bring it about. Or we get vague ones saying things to the effect of people should work with their government to bring about change. But if I was an interested citizen and I asked philosophers and all I got was that, I would be profoundly disappointed, because I want to know, what should I be doing? How much of it? Who else should be doing things? And my aim in this is to outline 8 claims about these political responsibilities. Next thing I want to say, though, is, well, how would we even go about thinking about these responsibilities? And here are 4 criteria. The first is, we need an account such that if people comply with them, it would realize a just and sustainable world. There's absolutely no point having an account of political responsibilities that's not designed to bring about the kind of change we need. And so we need, I think, to reverse engineer to some extent. We need to think about what is the sort of world we should be trying to create, and then work back from that to design responsibilities so as to realize that. That's criterion 1, and it'll do a lot of work. Criterion 2 is, we can't just look at what is required. We have to know, well, what's it fair to ask individuals to do, and who should do how much of what? and that's criterion 2. Then criterion 3 is we need to have political responsibilities that are action guiding, in the sense that they're not vague or uninformative. Now, in my paper, I quote various things from John Broome and Walter Sinnott Armstrong and Henry Shue and others, including my earlier self, which come up with some pretty vague, unhelpfully waffly prescriptions. We don't need that. We need something more precise. And finally, we need an account of political responsibilities where someone can work out what it is they are required to do. So not a theory which comes up with an esoteric process, which it makes it impossible for the everyday citizen to know what they ought to do. Okay, so that's 4 criteria, and I'm going to put forward, as I say, 8 theses that I think are compatible with these and flow from these. So let's start with the very first one. This says if we're trying to figure out agents' political responsibilities, we should start from the kind of world we're trying to create and then work back from that and then ask ourselves Lenin's question, actually, what is to be done? And I think what this requires doing is twofold. One is we need to know and think about how energy transformations and more generally social transformations can come about. And a really good analytical framework for thinking about this was given by the late Eric Olin Wright in his book Envisioning Real Utopias. Now, Wright was not talking about climate change. He was a socialist, and he was trying to identify the structures for bringing about the realization of socialism. But you can accept his framework no matter what your political ideology. And he says, any account of social transformation has 4 ingredients. It specifies what are the obstacles to the change you're trying to bring about, what are the opportunities to bring about the change that you're seeking to realize, what's the dynamic situation, how are these likely to change over time, and fourthly, what are the strategies that one can adopt to exploit the opportunities to overcome the obstacles? Now let's just put this to climate change. And I've read over the last sort of 4 years or so, a lot of the political science literature on climate change and energy politics to try and come up with an answer to what this would mean for climate politics. So if we start with, sorry, let's get to the right. If we start with the obstacles, the primary obstacles for many years have been fossil fuel companies, public utilities, and some labor unions. And there's just an extensive literature amongst political scientists detailing just how much they've done to obstruct legislation. And so when Fabian is talking about what's feasible and infeasible, the agents of infeasibility have often been these companies, including, I should say, and this is a point stressed by Matto Mildenberger, including labor unions. It's not just the fossil fuel companies, it's also the labor unions, and it's also public utilities, a point stressed by Leah Stokes. Other obstacles one would include are things like inertia and carbon lock-in. The reason for this is that one of the major determinants of people's emissions are structural factors like infrastructure, and buildings, towns, transport networks last for decades, and it's very hard to transition to a low carbon world when we have towns designed in the way that they're currently designed, or buildings built in the way that they're currently built. And then there are social and ideological constraints. There's what Andre Gortz once called the social ideology of the car. There's social expectations. For example, wearing suits has led many people to insist on there being air conditioning. But the work being done there is by the social norm of having to wear suits. Okay. Then we'd have to think, what are the opportunities for change? And the opportunities include things like the possibility of broad-based coalitions. Many people have an interest in a zero carbon world. those who experience ill health or death because of poor air quality, which is 9 million a year, have an interest. Those who have an interest in green jobs have an interest. Those who are subject to wildfires and flooding have an interest. Those who would benefit from recycling revenue from carbon taxes have an interest. So if we're looking for the possibilities for the future, there are possibilities of overlapping coalitions that can converge on climate legislation. There's also, outside the electoral arena, increased concern about climate change from corporate agents, insurance companies, and major investors. And the major investors is a very interesting and curious one. If you take BlackRock, for example, which is a major investment company, it has $7.3 trillion worth of assets. If it were a country, Madison Condon writes, if it were a country, it'd be the third wealthiest country in the world. It's now putting a lot of pressure on other companies to divest from fossil fuels. And why? Well, because its interests are jeopardized by climate change. So those are some opportunities. The way these are changing obviously depends on the pandemic and lockdowns, which worsen the bargaining power of some companies, and the fact that more and more people are being exposed to the vicissitudes of climate change. And then if we think about what are the strategies, these can be confrontational strategies like protests, divestment, litigation, or they can be investing in clean technology. Or for some philosophers, it's compensating and buying off fossil fuel companies. Now, this is very much a whistle-stop tour, but I'm giving you this because I think without understanding the nature of the political challenge, any account of political responsibility would just fail. It needs to have an account of what kind of political changes are needed, what the constraints are, what the opportunities are, and what strategies are most effective or available. So if someone says, well, we need structural change, and I think now we have the beginnings of an answer about the kinds of changes that are available and the opportunities and potential for change. But we still don't know who should discharge these political responsibilities. We might know what is to be done, but not by whom. So here I'm going to make two suggestions. If we start from our objective of a just and sustainable world, then I think we should be drawn to the following two theses. And thesis one is that those with the capability to bring it about have a responsibility to exercise their capability or their power in ways that do not thwart that objective, which many have done, but also in ways that further that objective. So it is the somewhat corny line that with power comes responsibility. And I think if you're concerned about bringing about a just and sustainable world, you can't ignore the question about who has power. And those with power have onerous responsibilities. But someone was likely to say, an individual listening to this, but I don't have power. And that's where thesis 3 comes in, which is if we lack power, then I think we have a responsibility to join ecologically motivated organizations to strengthen their power, because they will only have power if people join them. So we have a duty to augment power, to build counterpower against the fossil fuel companies and other obstructionist forces. Without that, it just won't happen. Now, if someone is listening to this and then thinks, oh, this is all a bit abstract, I don't really know what these two theses mean, then what they mean is this, that if you're a student, then you should join a student union and campaign with your colleagues on that for divestment. If you're an employee, then you should join a trade union and use the trade union to campaign for green jobs and sustainable workplace. If you're a lawyer, for example, or you have legal training, then what you can do is advise the kinds of campaigns that were mentioned earlier this morning by Annalisa Savarese. So in other words, what you can do is read off from your capacity to exercise power or to build up power, to put pressure on the carbon economy. For example, if you have a pension, then you can press the pension company to divest from fossil fuels. Lots of examples there just to try and bring out that there are lots of things that people could do. And I stress this because one of my criteria was about that people must be able to derive their responsibilities. This gives you a method. It says, well, think about ways in which you might be a possessor of power or can augment the power of others. Okay, so what I've argued so far is that we should figure out ways in which we can empower political actors pursuing sustainability and ask what we can do. Notice, and this is my fourth thesis, one implication of what I've said so far is that the content of political responsibilities will vary between actors. So a church leader will have different political responsibilities maybe than a town planner, because the church leader may have a certain authority with one community. A town planner can influence the extent to which urban design is sustainable. And they will have different responsibilities than, say, an economist who might be able to advise on politically feasible mitigation policies. So there's no one-size-fits-all answer to the question, what is my political responsibility? Because it'll vary with your capabilities and it'll vary with the opportunities available. And maybe some people will have very few opportunities, but others will have more. Now, so far, I've emphasized the first main criterion, which was about
5 minutes left now.
Great. Thank you. Which was about effective political action. But I said there was another criterion, which was that the burden sharing, should be equitable. And one thing to bear in mind here is that we should not assume that these two criteria don't conflict. We should not assume that they can be both jointly realized. Now, I'm not going to say very much on what fair burden sharing would be, not just for reasons of time, but because there's a huge debate about that. And there are different criteria that have been proposed by me and by others that I've listed on the PowerPoint slide. The main point I want to say is any full account of political responsibilities has to operate with an understanding of what it's fair to ask people. And for example, a single parent with a child who's very ill, who's holding down 2 jobs just to make ends meet, will have much less demanding responsibilities than someone who, let's say, has control over the research budget for the science faculty in a university, who can direct it towards clean and affordable energy transfer. So this is the summary so far. I've said I've given you a method for working out political responsibilities, and I've put forward certain positions on who has those responsibilities. I now want to end with just sort of making 3 points. And I think one further point that's incredibly important to emphasize is that one political responsibility is to organize with others. It's to build coalitions with others. Remember what I said about the opportunities available. There will not be a transition to a zero carbon world without working with others with whom one might disagree with on various matters. And one feature from the political science legislation is that there's just no prospect of the change without coalitions. So there's a duty to cooperate and work with others. I'll skip through that. And this is true both within the state, and I put some literature on that, but also at the global level. But the thing I want to end with now is the 2 further things, which is, I think this issues 2 further theses. And one is that as soon as you start working together with others in political action to combat climate change, you acquire new responsibilities to make sure that the coalition is representative and inclusive, in part because without that, you're likely to be campaigning for policies that harm others, and in part because you lack representativeness and legitimacy. And many environmental organizations that are dominated by the more affluent, by white and by professionals. And they've been criticized for this, for not being representative and for being insensitive to the impact of some of the things they're calling for on more vulnerable communities. So that's why this thesis 7. And then I want to move on, and this is my final thesis, which is the duty is to strike a balance between two things which pull in opposite directions. So here's one thing that's very striking about those campaigning for avoiding dangerous climate change. It's striking that there's so much disagreement. There's disagreement on the target, whether it's 1.5 or 2 or some even higher for some. There's disagreement on the underlying cause. You know, some people I work with will say the root cause is capitalism and we should be overthrowing capitalism. For others, like Mark Carney, who's an enthusiastic advocate and campaigner for climate legislation, the aim is to preserve capitalism. There's going to be ardent disputes between those who call for green growth and others who think that's a fantasy and call for degrowth. There's disagreement about the policies. Some will favor nuclear and others don't, and so on. And there's disagreement about the political methods. Some favor contentious politics and others don't. But we have to reconcile these disagreements to some extent. We have to have some degree of unity because when there has been fragmentation and infighting and a lack of united front, then fossil fuel companies have been able to pick off these competing parties and get their way. So there's a need then to, on the one hand, create enough of a coalition to be effective. But this raises questions of fairness of representation, about who decides the shared platform, and worries about just greenwashing and ending up with something fairly weak because you've had to compromise. Now, there's a lot that can be said on that, but I'm not going to be able to say it here and now. The point I just want to flag up is if someone is offering an account of political responsibilities, one of the major challenges they have to face is this challenge of how do you create a political movement that is united enough to be effective, but respectful enough and pluralistic enough not to be watering down radical messages and silencing some but privileging others. This is not just a problem for climate movements, it's a problem that confronts those campaigning for a more equal world, for those campaigning against racial discrimination, for those combating injustice against women. But it's a really, I think, thorny and intractable problem that any account of political representation has to address. So let me just sum up then. What I've tried to say is it's really important to have an account of political responsibilities. And I've put forward 8 claims about such an account, that it has to start from an understanding of the political context. And very few philosophers do that. I think it imposes duties on agents to exercise power, responsibility, or to build up counterpower and to strengthen counterpower. And then, as you can see, you can read the rest. It's an account that will issue different responsibilities to different agents depending on their capacities and the limits of their capacities. It's an account that has to bear in mind the unfairness of the current world and the unfairness inherent in any approach to dealing with climate change. And then I've tried to end by talking about some of the difficulties that will arise, because there's a necessity of working together. There's a necessity of forming coalitions. But then there are challenges to do with inclusivity, representativeness, and sufficiently democratic will formation. I realize that that's been somewhat breathless, so I welcome any questions asking me to clarify and elaborate more, as well as, of course, objections. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks indeed. Thanks indeed to you, Simon. Rich paper, and you constructed a very complex argumentation by trying to summarize in several times the point of arrival. But you focused your attention of one of the most discussed Pandora's nest, no, the political responsibility. So I'm really happy to open the discussion starting from now. Let me hope that we can gather at least a couple of issues to start with. Catriona raised his hand. I don't know if someone starting from the low colleagues, Francesca raised his hand, and Fausto still. There is Catriona, Francesca, and Fausto. Perhaps, Simon, if you don't mind, can we group these issues in a unique round, or do you prefer to have a one-to-one question and answer round?
Grouping's fine, but before we do that, revealing again my technological ineptitude, how do I stop sharing?
Sure, you can.
Do you
How to? Look, you see, like mute, stop video, the third button is share. So you can stop. Otherwise, I do hope that I can do.
If you could unilaterally do that, that would help, because the share function is no longer visible to me.
In the meantime, Catriona, please, the floor is yours to start with.
Thanks, Alberto. Thanks, Simon. So I had a comment and then a question. So the comment is whether you in the written version of the paper engaged with Stephanie Collins' stuff on individual responsibility and roles and power and capabilities. She's got a paper in I forget the title of the paper. It was there's a Moss and Umbers collection, and it struck me as quite that particular bit of your talk where you were talking about, well, if you're a student, then join the union and campaign for this. And she has quite a similar account, which I think would complement what you say really nicely. But maybe you're well aware of that. I guess the second bigger question is, what's the place in this account for really radical action on? So I'm imagining I'm a member of Extinction Rebellion, right? So where does the possibility of, I don't know, violent protest or just destroying property or sort of really extreme forms of civil disobedience, where does that fit into this?
Actually, can I reply one-on-one, because otherwise I'll forget?
Please do.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for my screen is now better. I wasn't aware of that paper, Katrina, but actually in the long version I criticized Stephanie Collins because she has a book called Group Duties, and she says, well, what you need to do in this case, and then she gives a 7-principle formulation, of which 3 of the principles then have subdivisions, and it's 43 lines long, the conclusion of which is you should respond to others in ways that bear on collectives. And I was thinking, this is exactly what I'm worried about, which is that doesn't give the account. And she mentions briefly Liz Cripps's account, which she endorses there. But actually, I'm critical of Liz's account because Liz doesn't give an account of why the things that she recommends, like emailing prime ministers or setting up a website, have any political efficacy. So I will check out the one that you mentioned, but in the book, it embodies the things that I'm arguing are really problematic. And it's partly that it's not grounded in any of the political science. In fact, most of the work on collective responsibilities has not read any of the political science on social change. And so I've got a bee in my bonnet about that. But it sounds like the paper is actually much more relevant. The other thing I'll just say, because you said things which are kind of a bit similar to Iris Marion-Young. In the paper, I discuss Iris Marion-Young, who I think gives the best account that I know of about these responsibilities, but it's a bit intuitionistic and ad hoc. And what I argue is my framework justifies Young's one. On the radical one, that was actually one of my categories, and I wrote a couple of papers a few years ago on resisting global injustice. And I think everything I say is compatible with someone thinking the constraints are these, and they're such that the only strategies that are likely to make any difference are radical ones. And so Andres Malm, as you probably know and others know, has this book on about blowing up pipelines. That fits within the normative framework. He'd have to argue that it's necessary and other means that are less harmful are not. But it would all fit within the way I'm thinking about it. It may be that, yeah, I mean, I think there are limits to it. I think a lot of money needs to go into restructuring towns and cities. And I think some of these measures just don't speak to other dimensions. But I hope that kind of makes sense about where the radical view could fit in.
Thanks, Simon. We have a couple of issues coming from the here for the audience for this room. Francesca, the colleague Francesca Capone.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So thank you for your presentation. I was saying that what came to my mind listening to you is the fact that it seems to me that you are almost transposing the framework of common but differentiated responsibilities that we apply at the interstate level to the intrastate dimension when you have a variety of different actors. You were mentioning a few of them, journalists, academics, students that are engaged also on a political level. So the problem that we have at the interstate level, when we talk about how states react to this pressure, to this input, is that basically they need to see that there is an advantage also for the developed states, also for the rich states, to operate in a way that counter climate change. And I was wondering if you think that there is this problem also at the intrastate level when we talk about individual actors, or if you think that there are some categories of actors that we can expect to act in a selfless way. And if so, which are these specific categories and how can we make sure to engage them even more? So that is my question. Thank you so much once again.
Thanks again, Francesca. The floor is now yours again, Simon. Then we have another question coming from Please.
Yeah, great. Thank you for the question. I do think that the framework of common but differentiated would be quite an apt description, because I'm saying basically everyone has these responsibilities, but there might be differentiation. I think the differentiation will be somewhat different within a state than the sort of criteria often used at the international level, where it might be differentiation according to who contributed most to the problem or who has the greatest ability to pay. But I think there are some, there will be similarities. There will be similarities there. I think, so just then moving on to the question about motivation, I think it's often quite hard to characterize people's motivations. I mean, in some cases, there will be self-interested reasons that some people will favor climate legislation. And for example, they may favor it because they're sick and tired of flooding and wildfires. They may be committed to it because not so much because of climate change, but because they are appalled by the number of people dying because of poor air quality. I think as I said, it's 9 million, so it's something like 3 times as many who died from COVID, or almost 3 times as many who died from COVID, died because of poor air quality. And I think that's increasingly becoming an issue. I'm not sure that's self-interested or altruistic. People might just say, I just don't want to be part of a society in a world where we're doing that to other people. And then there are others who have very commercial, self-interested reasons. They're worried about their assets, and they're worried about their house falling into the sea because of erosion or their investments failing. So I think what I'm trying to say is there's a mix of motives, many of which are very, I think, human and not very sort of morally onerous, and then there will be people who are morally motivated. I think the thing about coalitions is, and the consensus I've had from the political scientists working on it, is that climate legislation is often effective when you can hit various groups at the same time. So some people are worried about climate change. Other people are worried about poor air quality. Others want a good, stable job, and so they are pleased if there is green jobs. And others are very happy for there to be climate legislation, but are worried about the cost of living. And so if there's revenue recycling, they are happy for it. And so what I'm trying to do is to say, oh, it's actually, I don't think politically at all infeasible to have lots of climate legislation if we bear in mind the multiplicity of motivations that people have, and the fact that climate change is just one part of a bigger package. And so people who are worried about employment can be behind climate legislation if there's a Green New Deal, for example. I hope that speaks to the issue. I'm trying to make it so that it doesn't sound less of a utopian moral vision and more of a practically feasible vision.
Thanks, Simon. Also, on behalf of Francesca, which is here, by the way, going to conclude perhaps, or in any case, Fausto Corvino, asked for intervening. Please remember to switch on your microphone.
Thank you very much for your presentation, really food for thought. And well, I have a comment that is also a question. I think that one of the main obstacles in building green coalitions is the fact that we live in societies that are really unequal. I don't mean unequal in terms of income, but in terms of emission generating activities. I mean, there are some people who are responsible for organizing space trips, for traveling in private jets, for going on holidays in 50 meters engine boats. And on the other side, there are some people who are responsible for driving a car, heating their house, and so on. So my question is, how would you respond to those persons who, for example, say, well, before asking me to do my part, please start, for example, taxing or even banning extravagant, high-polluting activities like the one I mentioned before? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And also thank you for your earlier email correspondence and leading up to this. I think that links in a way with the last question, because I think the right reply to someone like that, or someone in that situation, is to say, we want you to be part of this movement, because if you're not part of the movement, we're not going to get fair climate legislation. We're not going to get carbon taxes or whatever economic mechanisms there are, or taxes on people to invest in clean energy. So we need you to work with us, and you have a responsibility, but everyone else has a responsibility to ensure that the burden sharing is equitable. Does that make sense? I mean, if I can just follow up on that. Think of Macron, and think of the Gilets jaunes. The Gilets jaunes thing erupted after he imposed a carbon tax, but this entire policy platform is incredibly regressive. I think what we should do is take what Macron did, but did the exact opposite. So by all means, yeah, have a carbon tax, but do not combine that with a regressive social policy. Combine that with exemptions for carbon taxes on the poorest, or investments in insulation and clean energy transfer. Offer people a package that doesn't impose the burdens on them, but does impose it on those who are more advantaged. That's the only way it's, I think, going to occur.
Okay, Simon, thanks again. Also of Fausto, which is here, Fausto Corvino, which is here. Now, I do think that we are perfectly on time for concluding our work and session. I'm going to conclude by thanking any one of you again on behalf of the entire organizative committee. Francesca Capone, the colleagues Francesca Capone, Emanuele Sommario, Gianluigi Palombella, and Edoardo Chiti, together with Fausto Corvino and other cooperators that now I'm going to the floor in order to be sure not forgetting anyone, no one within our group, our complex group. Let me just say a couple of words. First, let me thank you, basically first, the colleagues in philosophy. I really enjoyed this session, but I really enjoyed all sessions. And also on behalf of the other colleagues and the entire organizative committee, I would like to say that we are also thinking of the possibility to publishing these essays or materials starting from the essays or the papers that you presented in some ways, in some very promising and high qualified ways. This is an issue that perhaps we might discuss later on in the next next chat or whatever, but this is just to say that evaluating, considering this as an opportunity. No worries, just in case we will have a lot of time, and just in case we can update our conversation on this point. By concluding, I would like to leave the floor to Francesca, perhaps for a final remark. Thanks again to any one of you for this very insightful and full of 2 days of worship.
Thank you for giving me the floor. So I will just provide some concluding remarks and a final thank you to everyone. So let me start by saying that I really think that this was an extremely interesting workshop. What we tried to achieve was actually to discuss climate and changes from different perspectives. So we brought together experts on human rights law, legal experts, as well as experts on ethics. And we wanted to combine these different points of view. And as Alberto already mentioned and anticipated, we are also going to explore the possibility to actually publish all these works that were presented yesterday and today in a special issue or in an edited volume. But we will follow up with you on that at a later moment. For the time being, let me thank, first of all, the speakers who joined us in person. So Professor Karin Arts from the Erasmus University in Rotterdam and Professor Daniel Bodansky from the Arizona State University. We are very glad that you managed to come to Pisa and spend these 2 days with us. And I hope that you enjoyed your stay. I'm sure that my colleagues in particular really appreciated your company, and we hope that we can welcome you here also in the future. And let me thank as well the speakers, of course, the speakers that have joined us from home, actually. So Elisa Morgera and Professor Knox from yesterday's session, and today instead we listened to Professor Vinuales, as well as Professor Annalisa Savaresi. And in the last session, we had the pleasure to listen to Professor Catriona McKinnon, Professor Gardiner, and Professor Schubert, who unfortunately could not be with us as expected, but we truly hope, Fabian, to welcome you here anytime soon. And finally, Professor Caney, who has really provided us with additional food for thought, and we really appreciated and enjoyed your presentation. So a final word about the organization of this workshop. I already thanked Professor Emanuele Sommario, but not enough, definitely. He coordinated everything with his usual charm and patience. So thank you, Emanuele, once again. And he was, of course, supported by our colleagues here, so Professor Edoardo Chiti and Professor Gianluigi Palombella from the Center for Interlegality Research, Professor Alberto Pirni and Dr. Fausto Corvino from the research area in public ethics here at the Dirpolis Institute, and finally the rest of the area of international law, Chiara Te Antoniazzi and Luca Poltronieri Rossetti. They are both very promising young scholars, postdoctoral researchers here at the Scuola, working with me, Professor Sommario, and Professor Andrea De Guttri. So thank you so much for joining us. And we really hope that you have enjoyed this workshop. I'm sure that we did. And well, have a safe trip back home. And for the rest of us,
let's do open and follow up of this work.
yeah, exactly.
So, climate change.
Let's brainstorm about a follow-up in the near future. Thank you once again for being with us.
Thanks, Angelica. See you soon. Thank you. Bye to everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye. Bye-bye, Fabian.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Thanks.